How are things? Good to see you. I like your shirt. Thank you. Thank you. My mom got it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see us.
Send them over the first.
Yeah. Last meeting too.
You're very good.
You know, she can count. You can get people you can read. Yes. Someone set up.
I'd like to welcome you to the meeting of the Kansas Board of Education. Today is August 15th, 2020. And we're meeting at the district. Oh, we don't want to. Anyway, 2023. Thank you. And we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item for our session is an update on the 2023-2024 volunteers and introduction of Region 17 PTA Board by Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator.
Right. All right, I've given you for this part of the presentation 2 pieces of papers. It's also on Board Docs. Let me explain both to you. The one with all the data shows you volunteer hours by school, and it breaks out PTA hours. Those 2 would be combined for the total. So PTA we do a little different in the figuring of those. They do not necessarily all have all the hours logged into the computer at the school, because a lot of work's done at home or after hours or whatever. And so they're able to go in and put in their hours, but they actually require 3 reports. PTA requires 3 reports a year. And so they total their volunteers hours out 3 times and then send me the total at the end of the year, and we accept that total. The other hours are off of, for most of the schools, are off of the computer system, what people have logged. They can also go in and log bulk hours or hours done after school, after work. And then for the high schools, almost without exception, those are put in by the principals. So the head admin will take the hours from the coaches and the advisors at the end of the year and say how many hours have your volunteers worked. So that's kind of where we come to. And you will see those. One thing for you to look at on that report is distinct volunteers, distinct visitors at the end. So whenever somebody's signing into a computer, as you recall, that computer system at the front office of every school, that's our safety and security check and balance, right? So you want people to be using it and signing in. So I will let you read through and extract your own information from numbers of sign-ins and who's using it and who may not be. And those are ones that we talk to. Those are ones we talk to on a regular basis about making sure that you have people signing into that, because that is our security system on whether someone's cleared to be in the school or not cleared to be in the school. So that's some of the information you'll extrapolate from that report. And then the second page goes year over year. We keep track of this to tell us how we're doing in our volunteer hours and community engagement, which is one of your indicators. How many volunteers are working in our schools? What are they doing? And as you will see, we are finally reaching back up above COVID, before COVID numbers. And we're finally returning to the number of volunteers we had prior to COVID, which is a good thing that our parents are coming back and we have parents engaged in our schools. Are there any questions about those reports? Any questions? Liz, do you want to come up with me? This is Liz Miles. She is our region PTA director. And Liz has a presentation and she's going to introduce her board. But if you will look on your PTA hours, you'll see the amount that they donate in time and service to us.
So we have this to present to our board and to Dr. Robbins. So this just shows all of the work that our PTA volunteers have done in our schools this year. So it was 66,470 hours. And if you guys were having to pay for all of that to be done, that would be $2,100,467.08. Oh, yeah.
Always do that.
Yeah. So you want to introduce your board this year?
And then you guys can just stand up. I'll start over here. So this is Jessica Smith. She is over our elementary schools in the south of our district. So that's called our South Elementary Council. And then Ashley Beckman, she's over the elementary schools in the central part of our district, or our Central Council. Heather Isbell is our Health and Safety Commissioner. Sheila Armstrong is our treasurer. Michael Williams is over our North Elementary Schools, so our North Council. Amrat Bradley is our secretary. Janine Cardenas is our secondary council president, so over all of our high schools and middle schools. And we are just missing Betty Shaw. She is our advocacy commissioner.
And you know Betty. Yeah. So welcome to our region board. Gave you an updated event calendar. Remember, you can always reach that online on CSD Docs, but the yellows are dates that have changed recently so that they call those to your attention. If you look at the back sheet, you have all of their region and council meeting dates. So if you ever want to attend one of their meetings, I'm sure that you are absolutely welcome to attend. Those are there. With that, President.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Adam.
So Liz, I wanted to officially join all of the PTAs
Thank you.
in our region, so.
We appreciate it.
How many PTAs do we have?
We currently have 43 PTAs. So that's one at all of our schools, including there's a PTA for Canyons Transition Academy. And
how much is it if they want to join?
if you want to join every PTA, it is $278.
Or Robbins has set the bar.
Yes.
Here, Jeff Haney's joined him, now Andrew's joined him.
Not all.
And if you want to just join the schools that are in your areas, we can help you with that also. I don't have that total off the top of my head, but.
In the area.
Question, Liz. So I think the last couple of years, we've been able to go on Member Hub
Yes.
and just select all the
Yes.
schools. Is that the same?
Yep, you
A good way to
definitely
do it
can.
as well.
It's now bags, give bags, for hub.
We changed their name.
Send us a link.
I'll send you guys all a link. That'd be great.
I
Definitely.
started to try and do them individually and I was like, this is a little messy. You got ahead of us.
School nights and I give them to the
Yeah, and that's-
person sitting at the table. So I think
That
that
helps
is,
too. Yes, yes, definitely. And we appreciate
all my schools.
your support. At the last meeting, Karen brought up, well, and I think a few of you, that so many of these problems that we're struggling with in our schools are multi-solution problems. It's not just the district,
Right.
it's the parents. And so
And we need
hopefully
to work as a team.
we can be a team and a partnership and help all of these kids. So
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for being here and thank you for all
Yes,
your work.
thank you. Thank you.
For your service.
Okay, the next item is our annual open meetings training by Van Harper General Legal Counsel.
And I just want to thank all our PTA partners and let them know I won't be offended if you get up and leave.
This is the most exciting meeting we have.
It's really exciting.
That's the best part ever.
Let's go to another volunteer position meeting.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right. So I have a little lawyer joke for you. What do lawyers wear to work?
Briefs.
Very good. Very good. Now, who's that? Lawsuits. I had to do that one because I forgot as I rushed out the door this morning. With my jackets there, so no lawsuit here. but that's my bad joke. All right, so as you're aware, every year, the board goes through annual Open Meetings Act training. The reason why we do so is because it's a responsibility of President Schill by statute. That she is to ensure that you are all trained annually. And so we are doing that today. What is the purpose? Well, it's kind of in the title. You know, that basically your deliberations, your discussions are in open, that you are transparent. So that's the purpose of the act, that you're not doing things in secret, you're not taking action in secret. Even if we're permitted to go into closed session, if we're gonna actually do any action, we have to go into open meeting and take that action there. But as it said, you know, if you're in like your quasi judicial, like if someone is appealing something, termination, you can do that in closed session, but still your determination at the end would have to be in an open meeting. So what is a meeting? It is when a quorum is present. So the majority of the board is present together. And the purpose of you being together is to discuss some important thing that you're going to take action upon, and also that you have jurisdiction over there. So as with most things, one of the important ways to define something is to define what it is not. So a meeting is not a chance social, you know, you all bumped together at Costco because they had such a great sale on stand-up paddle boards there. And you all happened to be there getting the latest and greatest ones, and you saw each other. That's not a meeting. Also any social gatherings. So if the board wants to get together during the summer and enjoy some of month's amazing brisket, you can do that, and that's not a meeting there under the act. But also, if you convene together, it wouldn't necessarily be a meeting as long as no public funds are appropriated for expenditure. In other words, you're not voting to spend any money, the district's money. And the reason that you're getting together is purely administrative or discussing operational matters, that no formal action is required by the board, and that wouldn't later come up for formal action for the board. Okay. So some things that, you know, when we say discussing, the whole point of the Opens Meeting Act is discussions are to be open. So you deliberate together, and so your constituents know your position and your thinking and why you're taking the vote that you're taking there. So things that you shouldn't be doing, because that kind of circumvents the whole purpose of the Open Meetings Act, is if you were sending texts to each other or sending an email about something that you're discussing during board meeting there. And just to clarify, that doesn't mean you can't receive if your child were to text you and say, hey, I'm at school, I need to get picked up. You know, you can respond to that text, but it would be anything that has to do with the discussion going on. You should not be sending texts about that there. And there's just the kind of look factor, because, you know, we're live during board meetings. So if people see you texting, they may be wondering there. So say it so everyone can hear it. But 52.4.210 clarifies that that prohibition on emailing during the board meeting is not a prohibition on emails. The thing that as board members, you always want to keep in mind is, you know, you shouldn't be, again, subverting that is before board meeting, having a discussion about the things you're going to be voting on and taking action on, because that's avoiding doing that in open. But, you know, if it's administrative things or for your information, sending out emails to the whole board, that is fine and allowed under this part of the code. And also just always remember, your email communications are subject to grandma. And the question comes about, well, what about texts? Are texts subject to grandma? So it's a maybe, good lawyer answer. So generally texts are not, as in you can, unlike emails, because we actually back up all of your emails and we keep them stored. So even if you were accidentally to pour Coke all over your laptop and think, oh no, I've lost everything, you know, those are all backed up. So anytime we were to have a grandma request for your emails, we have those are kept, but we don't have your texts. But you don't have to keep them. If you just have, you know, inconsequential text to one another, you're free to delete that. But if we were to receive a grandma request and they were to ask for your texts about something, and if you go back through that and find it after we get that grandma request, you would be required to provide those texts pursuant to grandma. That's why it kind of depends. You're free to delete those. There, you don't have to keep them, but if we were asked for them and it was relevant to that grandma request, then you would be required to provide those, and you can do it after the fact. That would be bad. That would be getting rid of evidence, spoliation. We want to avoid that. And that's just a case recently before the Records Committee that they required this commissioner to provide the texts that he had. So one of the ways that we allow our discussions for the public to be involved is to create public notice there. So we have an annual meeting schedule. You can go on our website and you can see the entire year's meetings on their schedule. And then also for individual meetings, a little more in-depth notice. There can be emergency meetings, and the notice requirement is the best notice practicable, and that's only for unforeseen circumstances or some emergent need for the board to get together and meet, but that is allowed. Even if it wasn't scheduled, you could still have an emergency meeting as a board. And if you did, you would try and create, so put a notice up on the website. We're going to be meeting tomorrow, you know, to discuss whatever emergency may have come up that you felt as a board you needed to convene and get together, and you could do that. One of the things we include with our notice is the agenda for the night, because again, it provides notice to the public so they know what it is you'll be discussing at that meeting. And so should they come and listen and also possibly provide public comment to help guide your discussion. So they need advance notice of what that's about. So we're supposed to provide reasonable specificity so they know the topics that are going to be considered. They are to be listed separately, each topic. Technically, to avoid this problem of not providing notice, a non-agenda item, something that we haven't listed, could be discussed if it's one brought up by the public. So as a board member, if it's not on the agenda, you can't bring it up and have a discussion about it. And then second, even if it is brought up by the public, and for whatever reason, the board president allows there to be discussion on that, you can't take any final action. You'd still have to provide notice and let people know, all right, we discussed this, we're going to take final action next board meeting about this, so people would know and could let you know how they feel about it and provide that input. The other is that we have a record of what you've done there. So one of the things that we do is we make a recording of the meeting. And those are always available within 3 days of our meeting. So you can go, and it's probably even quicker than that. 24 hours. Cindy is so good and so on top of things there. So people can go and listen to the recording. If for whatever reason they were unable to attend that meeting. The recordings, however, are not the official record. Instead, the official record is the written minutes. And those are the things that generally are contained in our written minutes. But the way to make sure it's covering the substance, which is what we always do, is we link them, that we have both the recording and the written minutes, and it links to that. So they can read the abbreviated, because I remember back in the day, before you, why am I calling Aileen, typing away, you know, to get almost every word that was spoken and other things. And, you know, I think she may have arthritis as a result from typing so much and so fast. And it's not required. Instead, they can listen to the recording. The minutes give them the gist of what that discussion was about. And then if they want to go deeper, they have the recording available to them. As far as retention, the minutes, because they're the official record, are the permanent ones that we keep forever. So you can go back to any board meeting throughout the history of the district and you can find the minutes on those, which I've had to go back sometimes quite far. Also trying to get those available to the public, that is within 30 days of our meetings, that we try and have those minutes available. Usually it's by the next board meeting that those minutes are available and approved and become the official record of your meetings there. Of course, the exception to open meetings are our closed meetings. And there are only few that are allowed for you to go into closed meeting. One is a quorum must be present. So there has to be at least 4 people available to go into that closed meeting. And then 2/3 of the members present of that quorum have to approve going into that. As we did today, it's a voice recording of each person's vote for that. And we provide the reason for going into closed session and the location of the closed meeting by statute. And these are just the different purposes, you know, discussing the character, professional competence, physical or mental health of an individual. We don't do that in public. In fact, we provide notice during public comments that those are the things we don't comment on in public. Collective bargaining, security, the deployment of security, also pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Also, the purchase of property or the sale of property to make sure we can get the best price possible. It allows us to go into closed session. Though eventually, whether that sale or purchase goes through, then that becomes public in the end there. Sometimes we record that closed session. Those are kept private and they're protected under GRAMA. It would just be pursuant to a court order that we would provide that if someone were to come forward and say, hey, you went into closed session for an improper purpose, or you talked about things that you're not supposed to be talking about in closed session. Then what would happen is the court would request that recording and listen to it, what they call in camera in the judge's chamber, listen to that in private, and then decide whether that does constitute a violation of the closed meeting. And if it was, then all of that would become public there instead of private there. The exception of that is if we're discussing the professional competence or mental or physical health of an individual, the board president just signs an affidavit about that session there. And again, you can't take final action in closed session. You would have to then subsequently go into open meeting to take any final action. A perfect example is, appointments or hires. We can discuss the individual in closed session, but then the official hiring or firing of an individual happens in an open meeting. Usually during consent there. We're now allowed to do electronic meetings because we've added that to our policy. However, the policy does clearly indicate, like today with Holly participating remotely, this does not constitute an electronic meeting. An electronic meeting is basically when the board is unable to gather. So maybe an emergency meeting, we could hold it and you wouldn't have to gather in one place, but you could all participate electronically and you could still hold a meeting there. And there are certain notices, and that's all in our policy. It allows us to do that. What happens if someone violates the act? And that really has to do with the closed meeting portion of that. Well, a member of the board would have to intentionally violate or intentionally abet or advise a violation of the act. That would be a Class B misdemeanor. You could get a fine of $2,500 or 6 months in jail. And the court would cure it by making whatever was private then public. If that was the violation, instead of somebody talking about something that they shouldn't be sharing. And I think, that's the reason why the roll call is taken, and also it requires us to say everyone who's in that, because that's your circle of trust or whatever you want to call that. Those are the people you can discuss what you've been discussing in the closed meeting, and that should be the only ones that you would be discussing anything that you discussed in a closed meeting there. So it's on the record, and also everyone is aware of that. If someone thinks it's a violation, they have 90 days after the discovery of the violation, unless it involves a bond, and then they only have 30 days. Okay, any questions? A quick overview, but you're all experts on open meetings, veterans there. Any questions that I might answer? If not, we'll see you next year.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, our next item on the agenda is school safety digital citizenship and safe walking routes update by Susan Edwards, public engagement coordinator.
Here you go.
Swag.
Swag. Yeah. You know, you're answering.
Thank you.
Let's see, yeah, well, here's Karen's.
How do you follow like public meetings
I
training?
know, that was spellbinding.
And the presentation for sure. Nearly as tough as following me on, and I don't. So. On that though.
Already for you.
So what I have given you, let me see Holly's just for reference. So what I have given you, and Holly will have yours for you when you come back. On the very first page, one thing you'll see is the top section is the schools that you are the primary board member of. It sits physically in your boundaries, and the bottom section are other schools that you have constituency in. If we have missed any or gotten anything wrong there, please let me know and I'll get you the reports. Then what you will see is for your schools. So the school safety reports, I think you're all familiar with. They are legally required to be done with the school community council to come up with their #1 safety concern for their school. And they can also list 2, 3, 4 if they choose to. And then the digital citizenship report. Now, we as a district provide what we do in both areas, both digital citizenship and school safety, to the school community council in a document. So it reports out kind of what we are doing, what they need to know. They study that, then they discuss as a school community council what they consider to be some of the safety concerns in their schools and turn back in a report to us, their number one concern, and then any subsequent. Digital citizenship doesn't turn in concerns. They just say, are there any areas of improvement, any places we'd like to do? We've combined the report to you only because many times the number one safety concern is also has to do with digital citizenship. So it may be cyberbullying, or it might be something along those lines. So in that case, then they would be combined here to you. We don't publish these. They're not on board docs for a reason, because we don't necessarily publish what our number one safety concern is out to everybody in the public. But so what happens then is once we get that report, we go through and consolidate them. Sometimes the principal and the SCC will say, here's what we hope to do to help address this. Here's how we help to train our parents on digital citizenship and our students. That's all included in the reports. And so they turn that back in. Sometimes it's something they need from another entity. Either they need from us, there's a concern about a school safety item, or there's a concern for a local street issue, something that they turn back in. We then go, and a large part of them are either oftentimes at their Canyons district things to address its facilities, or its mental health issues the last couple of years. So we go to the different directors and we give them a stack of the reports that apply to their area and say, look these over, talk to the principal, see what you can do to help. They do that. They'll either update them, let them know something that's coming, or ask, how can we help? And then all of the directors and the principals put back in by the end of the school year a report that says, this is what we've done, and the directors do the same. That's what's synopsed here for you, is here's our concerns. Here's what somebody has done to address if that was possible. So that's what you have here. And then you also have the safe walking routes. Safe walking routes have historically not been turned in until February. When I started doing these last year, I found out that by the time they turn them in, and we meet with each of the city entities and get their input back from them, we find out that we are missing the city budget cycle. And so the cities can budget to help with some of the concerns, and they can also apply for grants. And so we are moving all three reports back to November 1st. So they are all going to be due. So school committee councils, PTA, other involved parents, building leadership teams, in some cases, they will be meeting September, October to discuss these items and turning those reports in November of this coming year. The reason, and on the school walking routes, before I leave this, so the way that works is this school walking, safe walking routes sometimes involve the school sites, but often involve the cities and or the county, depending on if it's unincorporated, and or UDOT, depending on the jurisdiction of the road. So they give us their concern and they say, you know, kids, we don't feel kids are safe walking on this particular stretch of road. There's not sidewalk, or who knows what, there's interrupted sidewalk or trees grown in the middle of it, or whatever the case may be. They make their request, then we meet with the city entities to go over it. A lot of times there's a valid reason why they can't. Sometimes that's property rights. We can't put a sidewalk here. The private landowner refuses to yield sidewalk ground to us, and we can't do this. So we note that and report that back to the school. Sometimes it's funding issues. They say that's not in our budget now, or maybe in the future. So different things, but the cities will tell us what they're willing to do. I will say, if you are in Sandy, you likely will hear from some of your schools this year, because the traffic engineers for the city work to a manual that's a federal manual. One of the switches they've made fairly recently has been to, if you have a hard stop, so you have a stop sign, or you have a four-way stop, that it is considered an implicit crosswalk. Okay, so if you pull up to a stop sign and there's a pedestrian wanting to cross the street, it is considered a crosswalk, even if there's no crosswalk there. Now, for student safety, I think all of us can kind of go, that's dicey. Most of our cities are not responding to that. Sandy City is. They have sealed over those crosswalks, and in a couple of cases removed crossing guards at some of those locations. We have already heard from some of our schools the concerns for this, and our reply to them has been, We've been made aware, Sandy City has alerted us, and here's Sandy City Council's meeting agenda, and here's where you can speak publicly to talk to your representatives, basically. So you may hear some of that. If you do, know that we're on it, we're aware of it, and we are trying to help the schools address that to the extent possible. The reason we've given it to you in this format is because every year, these will build. So keep these, and each year we will give them to you anew so that you can look at the history. So if the same concern is listed year over year, and your question is, why isn't anything being done? One of us, either here at the district level, can answer that, or I will answer it on behalf of the cities on why are we not getting to it. But this gives you an idea of what's been done over history, and this is the first year. So please keep these, keep this record. Be familiar with what your concerns are, and then if you see anything in reading through them, please ask us, and I'll either get clarification or know the story behind it. Does that make sense, and does that help? Because I know we're switched to this format at board's request, but does this make?
Yes.
Okay.
Helpful, having the past there, you can tell how long it's been put off, and that gives you some validity when you're asking other entities to please help.
Yes. And I will say, one entity asked us not to allow the schools to continue to put something on that had been denied. And I denied that request and said that's
Still their concern, sorry.
still their concern. As long as it's their concern, we'll explain to them your reasoning. But as long as that is their concern, then we're going to continue to advocate for them to try to find a solution. So,
So are crosswalks expensive to paint, do you know?
Well, it's a city responsibility, but we were talking about this, and I think this is a bigger issue than kind of how this is rolling out, and we recognize that. And I think it's really a call to action for our PTA members and just the community. I mean, not trying to second guess city leaders,
So
but
my question is just like,
we can't go out and paint the lines.
no, I don't want to paint them.
We
I
don't.
want to.
When I go and complain to Sandy City,
yeah.
is this an expense, or is it just someone wants to follow this other thing, which is dumb? That's
We're
my
trying to-
question.
No, I know.
It is-
we're
it
trying to
is-
understand.
They are doing this based off of, like I said, their manual, and I can give you the
It's an
manual name.
interpretation, right?
Yes.
So it's just someone's bullet point for their evaluation is kind of what it boils down to, as opposed to any practical use.
Them speak for themselves, but I would say, talking to their traffic engineer, ad nauseam about this, she is very much going by the exact letter of their manual and what they are allowed to do. That if this is a hard stop and a car comes to a stop and there's a pedestrian, that is a known crosswalk.
How many people actually
Consider it that way.
never heard of it that way?
And in conjunction to
It's not
removing
good.
some of those, also remove crossing guards. Yes.
So how many crossing guards total are they removing this year?
So far, there's been two. The crossing guard coordinator believes there's probably likely 5 to 6 more in Sandy that may.
And do we, I'm guessing we'll be able to, well, it may not be in my area, I'm not sure, but
Probably not.
probably not. Okay, so, I mean, is there any data out there to suggest like the safety record, with that type of a crosswalk? I mean, I'm just thinking, if I'm a parent with a first grader who's, anyway, there's no way that they know that.
We're gonna work with the schools on it and have them make the statements, I think. Have them, if it's a concern for them, then they should contact their Sandy representatives.
That's really scary. Christ.
Mr.
Yeah,
Miller.
somewhat in defense of our city though. You remember a few years back, we had a student struck just down by the west gate at Hillcrest, crossing over towards where Union Park is. I felt like the city of Midvale bent over backwards with us on that one, because those are their people as well as our people. And they put up a flashing notification so that the student can push the button. And I have found at least Midvale City really good to work with.
You'll notice many updates and things suggested in here for different locations
Mhm.
that are positive upgrades, especially Brighton has had a bunch this last couple of years. The city, you know, some of them, you'll see some upgrades that are fantastic.
But I think most of our cities are pretty much on board to say, yeah, these are our people, these are your people. and
The
we're
other-
in it Together.
The other
But
thing I
I
should
know there's some budgetary constraints.
The other thing I should mention is, the other exception is, especially in Sandy, is you have unified, not unified, you have county, you have Sandy City, you have White City, and you go in and out of sidewalks. So a lot of times you will see sidewalk, sidewalk, no sidewalk, sidewalk again, no sidewalk. And that results in many of the consternations of our school committee councils and our school safety folks is we want us, the sidewalk to connect, but it's totally different entities. And I will say the county does not invest much in sidewalks.
Is it none?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for this information. I think it's great to have a system now so that we can track it over time and kind of to Mont's point, I know several years ago, a big concern was along Little Cottonwood Road in my area. There was a big stretch without any sidewalk. And through this process and through working with the Sandy City Council and the county council, they got that sidewalk put in. And it's a benefit to that whole community, not just our school kids.
And the process has been fascinating to learn in the last year because when we get together with the school request, Rick Sheese is phenomenal. He's our GIS person. He pulls up the sections of sidewalk. He pulls up the school population, the number of kids that are in each location. Because to get even a sidewalk considered, you have to have a crosswalk considered, you have to have at least 10 students walking. And one thing we ran into a few times is they've had a crosswalk. They've removed it because the crossing guard stands there and no one crosses because the parents drive their kids to school. They take the crosswalk out and then they all say, we want our crosswalk back. It's like, well, are you gonna walk to school or are you gonna drive to school? Because they've had a crossing guard. So the crossing guards also turn in numbers and say, this is how many kids cross here. I have the tallies on the considerations of the removals of kids that cross at those intersections and it's not low numbers. So if you want to have that information, we're tallying that as we pursue this conversation.
Kind of follow up, back to the crosswalk, painting them or not painting them. Do they have some sort of a rubric that makes that decision for them? Because I know the crosswalk four-way stop in my neighborhood was painted this summer. Repainted, I mean.
I won't speak for them, so I don't
Yeah.
know. I just know that
Didn't know.
they're referencing their MUPC.
They have, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
they have something they're following. But
Okay.
we don't know exactly what it is. Not to speak for cities, and I'm sure she would agree that our cities have always been, including here, very easy to work with. And, sometimes when something seems simple like it does on our end, it's more complicated on their end. I have a feeling that this will get worked out when the right parent calls the right city council person.
And in all fairness, the city council has not officially been made aware of these cases yet. I think they've heard officially from several schools and several parents, but they have not officially been made aware of it yet. So they're ready for that conversation. They're hoping to have it.
It'll get worked out.
Any other questions? Comments? Mr. Miller?
I did not realize it until this last year, but there is a national crossing guard recognition day.
Yes,
And I think it would be really nice if we did something to recognize them. This last year, just on a whim, I took some gift cards to Olive Garden. And as I was leaving my neighborhood, I stopped at the crossing guard that's right there in front of Mid Valley. I think his name is Larry. He waved to everybody. I think he could be back on Sesame Street and be Guy Smiley. But gave him one. Then I drove up the street to 450 and the lady that was there, I gave her one. She said, this isn't real. You're joking. There's no such thing, is there? But I think it'd be nice if we put that on our calendars and actually recognize the work these people do. That's a tremendous responsibility. Try to keep those kids from,
So I'm hearing you say you would love it if we would put that on our calendar, pay attention to it and work with you all to.
Seemed
Yeah.
like they did post on that day. They spotlighted the guy with all the hats.
Communications about the.
Communications have done some.
And some of the cities, Mid Valley Food, I think, does like a luncheon for them, like their coordinator does, they said after the fact, they would love for us to come to. And I'm like, please invite us next year, but I would bet that all of them do something. So we'll find out and tell them we would love to come to your appreciation if you're doing something.
And I think
they are a huge.
schools
part
do
of the
things
overall
too.
safety plan.
That is all. Okay, thank you, Susan. I'll do that. Okay, our next item is USBA update by Mont Millerberg, Board Vice President.
This is quick. Computer shut down, so I don't have my calendar up. I'll go with my phone, maybe get some real quick. We have on the 25th
Get that in a minute.
and 26th, we have, what's that thing called?
Delegate assembly.
Our delegate assembly is on the 26th. And my understanding is that we have 3 votes in the delegate. You're one.
It's Mont and Amanda, and then we just listed everyone else.
We
So
listed
Send the
we-
information, so you don't.
Well, they send it to everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone can go, so.
Everybody can attend, but only 3 of us can vote.
I see.
Amanda and I are listed as 2 of those votes.
Okay.
And as Amber said, we listed every other board member on there so that we wouldn't be caught short
Yes.
and not have somebody there to vote. And we're getting close enough now that, a few weeks out, that I just want to make sure that we have somebody designated that will be there to cast that other vote.
And do you want it?
You're
gonna be there, right?
I will be there.
And I'll be there, but you could be the voting.
It doesn't matter, but I was planning on. We talked about this at very first board, I wrote it down.
So you'll be our Canyons District vote, yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna be the vote.
Not an alternate, but just.
Not an alternate.
You're gonna vote for a district, yeah.
But generally we sit together and.
I know, and we can discuss it.
Just when you check in though, tell them you're the voting member, and they'll give you the.
There's a significant amount of discussion that goes on before we vote.
Know how to do group.
Well, sometimes we vote against each other. No, I'm just kidding. Most of the time. not. Anyway, it's okay.
And we do not have another USBA meeting until the day before delegate assembly. So I don't have a whole lot more to report, but I think also of interest is that they found room for every board member for the Leadership Academy in September, which is sweet.
That's great, yeah.
That is, in my opinion, that is the best training we receive all year, and that includes the annual meeting. It's better.
This is better than the annual. meeting?
I think so.
And I guess that's all.
That's all.
This is shocking, but we are done. We are done with study session. So we can have a nice little break, but let's try to start on time. since we- So I will see everyone at 7. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Andrew
What
being
we
a
do
military.
is so lost right now.
Hi, everybody.
Take a break in place.
You're not supposed to say that anymore.
You know, this.
You tell how long ago it was that I was there.
Go.
To welcome you to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is April 15th, 2023, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for August 15th, 2023.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and that will be led by Dr. Brian McGill, Director of Student Services.
Would the audience please rise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance alongside with me? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McGill. The next item on our agenda is our Canyons Strong Employee Recognitions, and Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present that. And then following that will be opening day plans.
She ran out of this room to get a clicker. Here she is. That was very fast. Thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate that. President Schill, thank you for allowing us time during board meeting to recognize students, faculty, and staff who have gone above and beyond to show the world that we are Canyon Strong. Now, to kick off recognitions for this school year, we're applauding the good work of employees who have shown the world that we are the place to be. As we say in our hashtag, CSD is the place to be. And we have shown that through all the things that we've been able to accomplish since the end of the school year and headed into this new school year. Now, the employees mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. Others may receive notes of thanks from others in the administration, from Dr. Robbins, members of the board, and Mr. Wilcox. The aim here is simple. It's to show everyone how and why we are Canyon Strong, thanks to the smart, savvy, and commitment of the Canyons District employees. Every little bit helps contribute to the whole. No job is too small, and every positive action makes us stronger as a team. Now, in just a few days, students will return to classes after the summer recess, but our employees have already returned and are working hard to prepare for a year full of possibility. Tonight, we are celebrating the Canyons District employees who have won major awards, but the Canyons Strong recognitions throughout the year are mostly for the women and the men in Canyons District schools and departments who give of themselves behind the scenes without fanfare and with the aim of making our corner of the world a little bit better. Now, those are employees who are nominated by their colleagues, and we choose those folks to be honored during the Canyons Strong recognitions. So we are asking nominations, as we did last year, from all of our faculty and staff. They can send a quick email to communications@canyonsdistrict.org to nominate their colleagues for Canyon Strong honors. But first, let's honor those who have won statewide recognitions for their hard work and dedication. 2 Canyons District elementary school principals received major awards from the Utah Association of Elementary School Principals. East Midvale Principal Matt Nelson received the Community Leader of the Year honor, and Bella Vista Principal Eric Gardner, who is now principal at Albion Middle School, was presented the Innovator of the Year trophy. The association's conference was in June in Midway, and the organization is the Utah affiliate of the National Association of Elementary School Principals. So congratulations to Matt and Eric for winning these awards. We also applaud Brighton High theater teacher, Michaela Connor. She was awarded one of the 3 Teacher of the Year awards from the Utah Advisory Council of Theater Teachers. Now, this is a big deal for someone in their first few years of teaching. And so she is an incredibly well-respected teacher in the theater education community. In the last 2.5 years, she's directed 8 productions and coached region competition teams at Brighton High. In fact, last year's theater competition team took first place in the Region 7 competition last year. Now we're proud to have Michaela as an outstanding Canyons District arts teacher. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to see their fall musical, White Christmas. That'll be one that we'll have on my calendar. Can't wait to see that. So go Bengals and break a leg as you produce the fall musical, White Christmas. Now, this morning, a standing ovation was given to one of our former employees, an employee that we lost too early. The Utah Council for Exceptional Children presented a special award to the Special Education Department's Paula Miller, who you may remember passed away suddenly last year of cancer. Her family was on hand at the opening institute, where the award for skilled professional in the state was given. Now, of course, this is a huge honor, and Paula, who is a new teacher coach in special education, received that standing ovation from her colleagues and her friends who were gathered in the auditorium at Mount Jordan Middle School. So thank you to Paula Miller. She gave so much to Canyon School District, and that was recognized this morning by the Utah Council for Exceptional Children. Now, in less than a week, classes will start for the first time of the school year. Now, back to school is always an exciting time, and no place does it better than Canyon School District. Now, per our tradition, we will roll out the red carpets for the stars of the day. Those are our students. Elementary and middle schools received red carpets and welcome back banners to add a celebratory flair for the first day. Every student also will get a pencil at the start of the day. At some schools, students are handed the pencils as they walk the red carpet and into the school doors for the first time of the year. Teachers, parents, and administrators line those red carpets to give high fives and fist bumps, and they snap photos of the kiddos as they head into school. Now, we also have a lot of volunteers from the district office pitching in at the schools. They do parking lot duty, they hang up banners, they roll down the red carpets, they take photos, and they hand out pencils to the students who are headed back to class. Now, registration for this year started on August 7th, and so far, more than 28,000 students have completed registration. We have worked hard to simplify the registration process, and we hope that that hard work is reflected in the shorter times it takes for our families to complete registration for the year. Now, many schools have planned, all of our schools have planned back to school nights and throughout the coming weeks, and Real Salt Lake has partnered with us again for a back to school celebration at America First Field. Our community will receive discounted tickets to the August 26th game. Details will be on our website tomorrow. Now, this Friday, the middle school jitters will be eased a little bit with our middle school orientation. This is the 15th time we've held this orientation for our new students in our middle schools. That's where the rising sixth graders will attend a half day of school to get used to the big bad world of secondary education. Toward the end of the first full week that our kindergartners attend school, we also hold our kindergarten college ready days. Every kindergartner receives a little blue wristband that says, "I will be college ready," and then it names the year that that class will graduate from high school. This year's kindergartners are the class of 2036. Yes, I said that, 2036. So schools hold a lot of fun activities that promote the idea that students need to work hard every day so they'll be ready for college when they walk across the graduation stage. Now, we also want to mention a few traditions. One we started 3 years ago and one that is new this year. Last Wednesday was our Team CSD family barbecue for new employees. We served nearly 400 hot dogs to employees and students and community partners. Heck, anybody who wanted to come to welcome all of the new employees to Team CSD. The employees were welcomed by cheer squads, Alta High's award-winning drumline. The football team was practicing in the background. It screamed back to school. It was a lot of fun to see our teachers walk the red carpet and be cheered as they became an employee of the Canyon School District. It's a way that we welcome our new teachers and support staff and give them information about where to go to eat or where to recreate or even where to live. It's not just a welcome party, it's also an information fair for all of our new employees. And we hope that they feel welcome as they start their journey as a member of Team CSD. Now, raise your hand if you know your Canniversary. That's the anniversary of when you started in the Canyons District. Mine is March 31st. When's yours? August 20th. So mine was March 31st, 2009. Now that's the Canniversary, as we've called it, is the employee's hire date in the Canyon School District. And now our employees can brag all about when they joined Team CSD with an official CSD commemorative pin. As a small token of the great pride that the Board of Education and the administration have in Canyon's employees, the district has launched an employee serviceman program, and supervisors will be distributing the pins to their employees in the coming weeks. You'll see a picture of Mrs. Skino and Mrs. Oakes presenting the commemorative pins, these to all of the teachers at Sprucewood. And I hear that it was a lot of fun. All employees, full and part-time, receive a pin every 5 years of service that they've reached with Canyons District up to 50 years. We don't have anyone who has hit the 50 years because we're adding in the employment years with another school district as well. But we have a couple that are bumping up there. I believe that we have one employee, Charlotte Graham, at East Midvale, who's at 47 years. And I think that she has worked at East Midvale all of those 47 years. Mont, do you know?
I don't know if it's been at East Midville the whole time, but every year it's her last year, and it's been her last year for about the last 10 years.
Well, I hope she stays with us for another 10 because I think Charlotte's fantastic. But she truly does make that school office a fun place to be. But we want to recognize our employees with these pins. And so far, we've had a lot of positive feedback about the pins that have been given to our employees. Now, we realize that some mistakes can be made. So if the pins don't reflect an employee's service time, please complete a form on the district website and we'll get to you the pins that you truly have earned. So we also are taking the added step of investing in our non-teaching staff who aspire to become teachers. We have a new college scholarship program to be funded by Canyons employees for Canyons employees with a new payroll deduction program. We're calling it the Aspiring Canyon Educator Scholarship, or ACE for short. And this could provide up to $5,000 in annual tuition assistance for employees enrolled in a college education program. Graduating high school students also are eligible for the scholarship. So more details about this program, which is a partnership between Human Resources and the Canyons Education Foundation, will be circulated in the coming days. We'll also send around a form through which employees can opt into having donations deducted from their paychecks. The ACE scholarship is a way for Canyons employees to support and build the education profession. It's building our own. We want to have our folks here in Canyons, if they want to become teachers, We want to support them in their dream to become a teacher. Now, think about it like this. If every one of our 6,000 employees gave $1 per pay period, the foundation could raise nearly $150,000 a year for scholarships to have new teachers in Canyon School District. It's an exciting time to be part of Canyon School District or Team CSD. President Schill, we turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Haney. We've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, and she's right over there, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing a group will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if a patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyons District, nor are there plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. And then comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, the first person we have is Ladd Johnson and then Miranda Jones. And I'm going to say 2 names at a time, and if the second person can just be up here ready to speak. And then also the secretary, she has a little beeper that will go off. Kind of sounds like an alarm when your time is up. If you could wrap up. Thank you.
Dragon. I'm a parent of a student at Corner Canyon. My son will be starting his junior year. He's played on the soccer team the last 2 years, and before that, my daughter played on the soccer team for 4 years. She's graduated now. I understand that there'll be some discussion tonight potentially about what to do with the soccer field at Corner Canyon. I'm sure you probably know it's in pretty bad shape and has been for a while. The shape isn't quite correct. The grass doesn't quite grow. It's pretty bumpy, becomes an injury risk, especially so for the boys when they start playing in February. With the added cold, it becomes really difficult for them to play. So I just encourage the board to find a way to take care of this as quickly as possible. It does put the teams at a disadvantage compared to other teams in the region. Lone Peak, I think, has a dedicated soccer field that's turf. Skyridge High School has a beautiful our kids are sort of bouncing back and forth, and they're able to use the football field, but there's always competition with the other sports for the use of that. So it makes it pretty difficult, especially in the fall for the girls. It's tough with all the football activities that take place there. So I think it would be in the best interest to try and find a way to remedy that as quickly as possible and let these kids have a good experience. There are a lot of kids at Corner Canyon. We have 3 boys teams and 3 girls teams, varsity, JV, and sophomore. So that's quite a large number of kids that are participating in soccer at Corner Canyon. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Miranda Jones, and then Matt Call can be on deck.
Hello. So I just wanted to take some time today and ask you guys to prioritize the student safety on these fields. I do have a son that plays for Corner Canyon. I have one that's going to be a sophomore this year, and then I had one that graduated a year ago. He was a senior. They both have played on the baseball team for the last 5 years that we've been there. And Corner Canyon's field, they're about 11 years old, and they are not designed for the athletes that we have at Corner Canyon. There's water issues out there, and I know this was already said, but that has been causing holes in the fields, and it's bumpy and it's really hard. I do know some of the kids have been injured when they've been running because they've tripped and fell and ran into fences and stuff. So I would hope that you guys would take into consideration tonight that the soccer, baseball and softball fields probably all need to be redone. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matt Call and then Amberly Jepson.
Good evening, thanks. Just along those same lines, I've had students at Corner Canyon since it opened, and it seems like these same issues have been going on since that time and have just gotten worse. This year alone, I've watched multiple girls take hard balls to the face because it bounces. It hits a hole and bounces on an angle, and I mean it's severely hurt multiple girls. Other coaches have showed up and refused to play on the field because they said it's not safe for their players. Refs are worried about getting hurt there, so it's just a very big safety issue, I think, for many factors on those fields. And yeah, would just love it if we could give that some attention. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Amberly Jepson and then Laurel Jepson.
I'm just trying to give myself a 5-minute timer so that I can I'm representing a parent group from Corner Canyon who's concerned about this same issue. I'm aware that I think the agenda item is not like the Corner Canyon fields, but it started as like maybe a future spending item, agenda, whatever. And that Holly Nybar was aware in speaking with somebody that Corner Canyon was not the fields at Corner Canyon that have been talked about for years, but months and months and months and months previous to this were not on that list of included in future spending for whatever agenda item future spending is to be talked about. So I'm here to voice that opinion that maybe that ought to be included in that future spending list of things. I know there's so many things. A friend of mine today said, Amberly, I don't even think that one of the middle schools could open for whatever. And I don't know. I don't pretend to know all of the issues. And I understand that. But when you see construction work happening on the turf football field all summer long, and I say, what is going on the turf? And my high schooler who graduated 2 years ago said, Mom, they're doing new turf on the football field. And I said, are you kidding me? The football field is getting new turf. So my daughter's a senior. She plays varsity soccer. She's had offers to go play college. She plays all summer, all spring, all summer long on beautiful fields maintained by the city. There are other schools in the region, and I don't necessarily know in our district. I'm trying to think. I know it's kind of like different when you're talking about our region because it's different, the district. But there are other schools that have fields that are in better working condition, and we don't have to compare ourselves to them. So that's not like, I don't really want to go there. It's a safety issue. I was not at the Davis game on Thursday. My daughter stayed home from our family reunion to go to the Davis soccer game at home because they're the defending state champions. And if we don't treat it like it's important for the girls, then actually her choice would have been to probably be at the family reunion. But anyways, that doesn't even make any kind of difference, except that when the JV Davis team showed up to play on our field, the coach refused to play on Thursday. This just happened. Refused to play. So in that very moment, because plans weren't made ahead of time, they walked over to the football practice, and football practice had to move. so that Davis's JV game could play on the turf. And then the varsity was scheduled to play on turf and then they played. And we lost in a shootout. Like we are like right there with those other really good soccer teams. And I think the girls deserve something better. I just got off the phone with Dina, who called me driving to this meeting because I sent her a lengthy email yesterday saying my point of view. I talked with Pat Thurman 2 weeks ago at the opening girls soccer game. I gave him an earful like parents are maybe supposed to do to try to get people to move. And I heard his perspective and I understand that different people have to do different things and that there's like ways to do things. But I also am very aware that it's been much too long. In fact, at the very onset, the very beginning, the dirt that was left, the berm dirt that was left, the clay dirt that was left on the farm fields of Draper were just left as clay, covered with grass. The berm was supposed to not even be there. And I just know from talking to different people, it wasn't scraped away, it wasn't taken away, and it contributes to the drainage issues from the high point to the low point. Baseball has problems, softball has problems. I called Von Alvey this morning, my high school softball coach. I have 1 minute, I think. Alta High School for years and years and years and years and years. Like he will forever be a legend and a friend to so many girls. His alumni, Amy Hogue, came back from playing at the University of Utah to help coach in high school. And she met me and told me that I needed to go to the University of Utah and play for Joe Evans. She recruited me to the U. I played college ball at the U. Amy is the coach at the University of Utah. She has been for years and years. She took him to the World Series. Like, I don't know where to start as far as like, if you don't start somewhere. So anyways, back to Von Alvey. He reminded me what he had to go through to visit with the district 20 years ago so that Alta High School girls could have a softball field on their home field. And he reminded me, Amberly, the district told me it could not be done. And I said, well, yeah, I'm sure. And he said, we went out there and we measured and we tape lined and we sprayed it out. And we reminded them it's not the same size field as a baseball field. And we put the field there and we had to show them that it can be done. So what am I going to say to end with? Okay, this is what I was going to say. The problem can't be solved now. Grass can't grow that fast. So the immediate problem is to let us work with Dina. She's going to try to work with Pat. They're going to try to work with the superiors that need to talk to Coach Kerr or whoever needs to figure out that the football turf needs to be shared this year because the girls have nowhere to play. The boys have nowhere to play in the spring. And the now has to happen now because maybe the freshmen, if it happens now, maybe the freshmen will have a field to play on when they're seniors.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Laurel Jepson.
Actually didn't plan to say anything, but I will add, I've had 4 students at Corner Canyon. I had 2 boys play in their inaugural year with Dina Kohler's son, Jake. She just agreed with me when we were driving over here. That field has actually never been prioritized. It's too narrow, but the bigger issue is the condition of the field. I've had 3 boys and 1 daughter play at Corner Canyon, and it is definitely a hazard, an injury risk. And I have sat on the sideline and heard multiple parents from other schools very frustrated that they come and play on our field. It is a danger issue. So my youngest is a senior this year, so I'm out of here, but paying it forward, it needs to be prioritized. It needs to have a little bit of attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone who came to speak tonight. We appreciate that. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. And could I have a motion to approve that? And then will you please read the items individually?
I'll make a motion to approve it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for August 1st, 2023. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of July financial reports. Item F, approval of USBE early learning plan. Item G, approval of MOU with Canyons Education Association regarding 32 hours of paid professional time. Item H, approval of update to policy 400.021 sexual harassment, Title IX. And item I, approval of Gordon Universal Settlement and release of all claims.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I do need to recognize that board member Holly Nybar is, I believe, on Zoom. So we can't see her, but she is listening. So I didn't excuse her because she is here. Yes, she's here, but we can't see her. So, okay, the next item is new business, and item A is new policy 700.06, language access services. This is a second reading possible action, and this will be presented by Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Shield. Just one policy update for this evening. You mentioned it, new policy 700.06, language access services. We reviewed this in the study session at our last meeting. We have under Title III, as part of federal law, provisions for language acquisition for our English learners in schools from the federal government. And then we also have state law that requires each LEA, each district, to adopt a policy to provide guidance on those use of interpreters to improve instruction and assistance in our school districts. So this policy both complies with federal law and state law and outlines language access services through the policy. The policy provides the enabling language for a district language access plan. And as outlined, the Department of Federal and State Programs does home surveys for language acquisition through our online enrollment, and then provides services as required by state law. And the policy outlines those provisions. This is for second reading, possible action.
Okay, board, are there any questions or discussion about this policy? Okay, I do not see any questions. So are we ready to approve this? And if we are, then I'm asking for a motion.
I can make a motion. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. And thank you for recognizing me earlier. I tried to say something, but I wasn't quick enough on the unmute. I'd like to make a motion to approve the language access services policy 700-06.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And thank you, Mr. Christensen. We are on to item B, the Long Range Planning Committee update, which will be presented by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Schill and board members. We met last week as a committee with President Schill, Mrs. Oakes, and Mrs. Pedersen on long range. We had a lot to discuss. We didn't get to everything we wanted to discuss. Still got lots more coming. One of the things that we did go over, and this is how we'd like to proceed on this, is we had a presentation by CTEC. And so Janet and Doug put that together. I would like them to present it because they can tell their story much better than I can. Then we talked about Jordan High and some of the issues that we have there. Also, we have MHT, as you know, we've procured them to do a building assessment of Eastmont, Jordan High, the Crescent View building, and CTEC. Scott Later with MHT and is sitting back there. You may know Scott. He's been working with us for many years. Then we can also talk about some upcoming committee items and also can review some of the information we have on the soccer field as well. So with that, we'll go to Doug and Janet.
Good evening, Board. President Schill and board members, we appreciate you taking the time to hear about some current technical education. Particularly, we're going to be talking about CTEC tonight. I wanted to start off, yay, I did it the right way. Wanted to start off and give you an overall picture of current technical education in our district. I think it's instructive to see the bigger picture, and then we'll drill down to CTEC. As you can see, the number of students enrolled in CTE courses is quite high, over 9,000 students, which is pretty impressive. Concentrators, when it says a 97% rate for graduation, CTE concentrators are those students who earn at least 1.5 credits in the same pathway, which is a group of related classes. And then you can see for a completer, and that's a student who has earned 3 credits or more in that in a specific pathway or group of classes, has a 98.8% graduation rate, which is pretty impressive. And then you can see in the graphic below, 97% of the ones who are concentrating, again, 1.5 credits, graduate, 97% graduate within those 4 years. So we're pretty proud of those statistics, and I think it speaks to the hands-on nature and engaging nature of career and technical education. Credentials of value, we value them too, because particularly, well, let me explain the difference. The skill certifications earned at the end of each CTE course, there is a test given, but in order to become a completer in that, to certify, if you will, you not only have to get 80% on the test, but you also have to demonstrate the performance piece, which is different than other assessments. And so without those two pieces, showing that they know how to do it as well as perform on the assessment, that's how they get certified. And so you can see we have over 6,000 of students earning those credentials. And third-party certifications are ones that students can take with them as they walk out the our employers and our industry connections. And so you can see on the slide just some examples, but there's a lot of variety with those. And then concurrent enrollment is a big topic in our district. CTE concurrent enrollment, you can see just for the CTE classes, the number over 8,000 of credits earned on that. So we're excited about that. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Doug Hallenbeck. He's the principal of CTEC to talk specifically about CTEC.
Thanks, Janet. As you can see in this next slide, we drill down into CTEC specific numbers and the college credits that we earn individually as a school. Leanna, has asked that as we look at possibly replacing the CTEC facility or updating it, that we present to the board and let folks know what fantastic work that we are doing at CTEC and how we're impacting students. One of the proudest things that I can mention is 37% of all CSD CE credits come from CTEC, which is a pretty amazing thing. We do a lot of concurrent enrollment at CTEC. And as you can also see, we certify students, as Janet mentioned, those third-party certifications, Adobe, CNA through UNAR. Of course, our cosmetology folks earn their licensures through Doppel, medical assisting, ASC. Those are very sought after credentials. CTEC enrollment has been fairly flat, and we've shown increase this next coming year. We're excited about that. We had a little bit dip with COVID when it happened there, and things dropped a little bit with enrollment, but we continue to look forward to an increase in enrollment. We were also asked to break down the enrollment by school, by high school. Of course, as you well know, we take juniors and seniors from all of our high schools across Canyon School District. We also enroll students from Diamond Ridge when they can fit that in their schedules, as well as some out-of-district students. And so this is pretty interesting. Go Alta Hawks. We appreciate their patronage at CTEC, and we encourage any and all students across the district to join us at CTEC. Because we're part of the, what's considered Wasatch Front South Consortium, we are allowed to take students from around, from neighboring districts as well into our programs. And when we have open seats, we welcome them into our programs. Taking a look at some of the programs that we do offer, and of note, of course, we can't be in education without acronyms. So we've put a lot of acronyms up there. I'll explain them as we go along, but most of them are well known to folks. The asterisks next to their acronym, that program is a waiting list program. So we do have full programs at CTEC, and we're excited about that. So as you can see, medical assisting up there is full and has been quite full for several years. Very popular program that we get to certify students, and they go on externships in doctors' offices, hospitals, and things of that nature, and certify as a medical assistant, as well as CNA, nursing, EMT, and physical therapy. And we've enjoyed growth in many of those areas. A little bit flat in EMT at the moment. Moving to the skilled trades, diesel, construction, and welding all show an increase in enrollment there, and they are all full programs with waiting lists. Diesel, we just brought a teacher in, a new teacher 2 years ago. He's doing an excellent job of building enrollment, and he has quite a waiting list for his courses as well. And construction, of course, a student-built home is always a attractive thing for students to learn on with some real life skills out building that home. Business, we have launched the CAPS program this year, the Center for Advancement of Professional Studies in our business area. We're excited to have students work with our business partners around all of Canyons District to work on real life projects there as well. Computer programming, we've had a little bit of a dip there, but we're building back. That is, again, a capstone level course with AP and CE in our computer programming area. So cybersecurity is one there. We actually lost our teacher, unfortunately, in the springtime. He moved on to another endeavor in education, actually. And since we are streaming, I'll put a shameless plug in. I'm looking for a cybersecurity teacher. Digital media is growing as well, and enrollment as well. So criminal justice and medical forensics, we were able to hire that position. We had lost that for a year. The former teacher moved on to a full-time position at the crime lab in Salt Lake City. And of note, it's really important to understand the teachers that teach at CTEC are industry professionals themselves. Almost every one of them comes out of industry. And who better to teach our students how to be successful in industry, but industry professionals themselves, which is a pretty amazing thing. Our cosmetology has been at CTEC for many years in partnership with Salt Lake Community College, and now on its own. And we enjoy quite a bit of enrollment there in that program, and we have a healthy waiting list for that as well. Additional programs that we would like to take a look at if a new facility was considered. We have additional space. Well, first of all, we're going to continue our search for pharmacy tech and look to open that as one of our programs for next year. Last year, we didn't have enough enrollment, but this year we're hoping to advertise and market more for pharmacy technicians. We know that's a very important position in the pharmacies, as we all have visited those areas, and pharmacists are actually having to do pharmacy tech positions out there right now because there is not enough in the marketplace. We would like to bring engineering from Alta High into CTEC and build a facility that would better house that, as well as machining, vet tech, and dental assisting are other programs that we're taking a look at. And the reason we chose these programs is as you can see, U.S. Labor Statistics and the DWS, Department of Workforce Services from Utah. We dug into the data to analyze those particular positions, and also student interest as we surveyed them to give us the information of what they would like to do as far as careers as well. Other considerations for our facility, it's old, it's tired. It's 1981 facility with no less than 8 additions to it throughout the years. of note, the first piece of CTEC was actually built by the first construction class that went through, well, it was Jordan Technical Center back then. I found that little piece of information from one of the students that worked on it that actually is an employee of Canyons District. And he said he worked on it. So if the walls aren't straight, it's his fault. Nevertheless, you know, we do have programs that require very specific lab spaces, and it's difficult to reconfigure constantly for those types of spaces. For instance, in medical assisting, we just teach it out of one particular room. It's one large room, but there's no facilities for procedures or phlebotomy, which does have some specialty to it, and to work the front desk of a medical office, which is part of learning to be a medical assistant. Other opportunities, very quickly as we wrap up here. As you know, cosmetology has been a community resource in Sandy here for many, many years. I've wanted to look at possibly offering PT in the evening as well, and really create CTEC as a hub for the community, possibly even coupled with some medical facilities that are close by. Even consider creating a medical clinic for possibly low SES or Canyons District employees. I think would be an awesome use of that facility as well. So with that, any questions for Janet and I? No.
Okay, are there any questions, board? No, I guess not. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and presenting that information.
Big thank you to Janet and Doug. Appreciate all they do at CTEC, and, you know, you can see our enrollment growing, and, you know, the space is an issue there, as you know, some of their programs, they do have to cap because there's just not enough space there. Again, 57,000 square feet is all they have, which isn't very much in this day and age. Moving on, we talked about CTEC, then we also talked about Jordan High. And if you remember at the round table, we talked about the enrollment issues we are seeing at Jordan High, and maybe some of the things that we could look at there. So again, thank you to Scott. He put these together for us. So he's gone through, he and his firm and his engineers, that'd be a structural and mechanical, a civil engineer and electrical engineers, have gone through the building and looked at what we have and what some possible upgrades could be. Of course, you know, Jordan High in all reality is not that old. It opened in 96. So it's, you know, when we started in 2009, it was the showpiece of the district. It was our best building then. So it still has a lot of good things, and I'm not going to go through that whole list. If you do remember, a couple of years ago, we did put a new roof on there. We did put new carpet throughout the building. Has pretty good field space, good front office, does not have a vestibule as some of our other schools. Pretty good parking as well. But you know, lots of positives there. If you walk down, it's the halls are wide, they're light, lots of natural light in the building. So that's all, those are positives there. Some things, of course, there are some things that we could look at. And again, I'm not going to go through this whole list here. These are both inside and outside. They don't have a black box theater that has been built into some of our newer schools. And, you know, a smaller auto shop, some Title IX issues out on the fields, as well as storage space that we've built into the other fields there. You have also a large wish list of things. The big one could be the field house, the fourth one down there. Also need some branding with the building, a press box for baseball and softball. We put those in pretty much at all the other schools do have that, but we do not have that there. They'd like to open up a jewelry class. That does not, they don't have a shop for that. You have approved a couple meeting or two ago, we approved the teen center. So they'll be going getting going on that. And also the restrooms need to be an upgrade there at Jordan High. That's, I would say, one of the more frequent, if not the most frequent thing we hear is the restrooms there. Again, if you have a list of improvements and a wish list of items, there's always lots of costs that go with them. Again, we will not go through all these. Again, we're looking at a field house of around $7 million, 6 to 7 million, depending on the costs, on the size there and what it looked like if it had an upper deck like some of ours do. If we ever develop that Johanna's parking in lot, the old Johanna's into a parking lot, that could, cost over $1 million. With just prices these days, everything costs more. These are more outside the site issues. Again, the parking's pretty good, but they could use some, the hillside. We do hear a lot about the grass that is there and what it takes to water that. Moving on to some of the things on the inside, a fitness room, cafeteria expansion, something to be considered. The number 6 there would be a big one for us to look forward to. That would be the bathroom remodel. Do we look at removing, doing something with the media center, the library? That's a big, huge item there. That's, $4+ million. Then, going on down, there was 26 items here, the second page. More signage, maybe remodel the greenhouse, ceramics and a second arts lab or class there. So all those items, get up to 20 million just on the inside of the building. In the outside with the field house was, almost 13. So you're 33 there. And then you can look at some of the structural things, that this would be more the lighting. Lighting would be the main thing, and as well as some piping. Main thing, when 1995 LED lighting wasn't a thing. And so that's all in our new buildings, but it's not in Jordan. So that would be the most expensive thing there. Again, we did go through, updated all the controls somewhat a couple years back. So that does help their mechanical, but the lighting is an issue. And you're also dealing with old pipes again, starting to approach 30 years, still a couple years away from that. But that just gives you a little bit of a flavor of some of the things at Jordan High. So if you add all those up, you're looking at, 40 million plus on all those. Now you don't have to, we have not prioritized those. I think if we were, I think I'd asked Bruce Eschler to give his priority of how he would like to see them and run them by his staff, his SCC, and get their input on what we can do, because we can't bite it all off at once, but try to get a priority of things there to move forward. Looking at Jordan again, this is just the campus as it sits now. It's, decent size. It's 30, almost 40 acres there. See the Johanna's property that we own, it's shown as green on this picture here, the J, but pretty good access. Maybe some things could be improved, but some things there, how it looks. You can see the flow in and out of there. It does flow pretty good on just about every morning if you're there in the morning. Couple ideas we've looked at would be the blue box up in the top there, just adjacent to the football field, would be a possible location for a field house. Looking at that from that angle there. And then parking where the old Johanna's was, turning that into parking. Another thing that we've looked at would be swapping the fields, doing a complete 180 on them so they go face the other direction, have a central press box like we do at Brighton and Hillcrest and Alta. And then also have a field house adjacent to that. So that, is an option going, we could look at. So we went through a few of these, but it comes down to what does the future of Jordan High really look like and what do we want it to look like? I like this jar here and it's kind of a symbol for a life, I think, and that is put in the big rocks first and put the sand around, because if you got to get everything in a jar, don't put the little rocks in, but do the big things first, right? And so, so those are just some things that we've talked about. We don't have a list, but we also talked about the enrollment at Jordan High. We're expecting around 1750 this upcoming year. When we start, we'll have counts, of course, once school starts. We do look at, as we mentioned at the roundtable, we do see that going down by 2028 to around 1600 is our projection there. We went out further, another 5 years, so 32, we're getting down in the 1300 student range is our projection. Now, obviously, the further you go out, the fuzzier those numbers projections can be, right? So that's just something to, consider as well as you look at the future of Jordan High and what it looks like. Mont and I were talking yesterday, when they started the public school system here in the early 1900s, you had South High, West High, East High, moving right down State Street to Granite High. Of course, Granite was up on 5th East, but close to State Street, then on down to Jordan High. And of course, those were the high schools early in the valley and were that way for the first couple decades, until around 1950 or so. And of course, we know that South is long gone, and Granite's, when I worked there, that they had to close that down. So, those are just issues that, as it's just got more suburban as you go down State Street from the capital on down. So just things that we got to look at long term and what we want to do there. But one of the positives, if you haven't seen it, this is our new marquee. Got put in last week. So looks pretty good there on State Street. So if you haven't seen it, much brighter. The other one was pretty dingy, if you will, or faded. Had been there quite a while. So I'm going to move off Jordan High. Maybe we can come back, if you will, only a couple more slides here. So this is what, again, Scott's firm MHTN has looked at, the schools that we've asked him to review. Eastmont, it's 1973. So again, pretty old, but a big building, 180,000 square feet in that building. C-Tech, as Doug mentioned, and Janet started in 81, but it's pretty small, comparatively speaking, at 57,000 square feet. Crescent View building, has been vacant, and we don't have any immediate plans for that. We've been talking about a couple options. Still pretty good sized building, pretty good shape, that building, at 129,000. You got Jordan High at about 360,000 there. Again, Jordan sitting on just over 40 acres total. This is what, so you have to go back and blow this up. Not going to go through all this, but this is what MHTN put together. If you remember, well, I shouldn't say, because most of you weren't here when we started the district back in 2009. Mont was. Back in 2009, we knew our buildings needed a lot of fix up. We went out and MHTN did an assessment, came back, and in 2009 dollars to upgrade the buildings, it was about $650 million. That would probably exceed well over $1 billion in today's dollars. And so they did an assessment of all our buildings at the time and came back with grades, and that's what we based our first bond on in 2010. Carried some of that forward to our next bond and updated the charts and whatnot, and brought that forward in 2017 for our second bond. And so we looked at electrical, mechanical, just the educational adequacy of the building, the size of the room, the number of rooms, everything like that, to try to come up with a metric that we can compare across all schools. So we did that in 2009. Again, they've done it just for these 4 buildings now. So you can see this is the overall, and I just want to go over the overall grades of these. So right now in 2009, Crescent View, was a C+ then. it's moved down to a C minus. You would suspect that, 14, 15 years later, that's not a surprise, even though that building has been not used now, but it's been in use nearly every year since that time. And we did go in and put in AC, but that's been about all we've done there. The Eastmont building has dropped, again, C plus down to a C minus. We have done some things at Eastmont, mainly done it was all electrical heat. We've put in boilers there and done some of the AC there, but still work to do. Again, that's 70 years old. Jordan High, again, we showed you all the improvements. Again, when we started with a B plus, it hasn't gone down much, but it's at a B, which, if you look around the Salt Lake Valley, it's probably in the mid of those schools. If you look at West High, East High, Highland, Kearns, Taylorsville, Cottonwood High, all, some of the schools have been rebuilt, others have not, if you go to the valley. So it's in that B range there. C-Tech has dropped a full grade. Again, just, I think the biggest thing there is just the size of it, trying to deal with the demand of the programs in today's world in that building there. So Scott's team may fine tune this, but that's probably how the final is going to look, though. We don't see a whole lot of change there. Talked about some upcoming things, and we can hit some of these here more detail. We've talked about a demographic study. We met with our demographer, the firm who hired out of Phoenix to do a study on our demographics. They were here 3 weeks ago. They probably won't have the report for another month, and it could even be a little bit later because they'd really like to get the October 1 count. We told them maybe a preliminary report and then can do an update. But, he said, we're probably not going to tell you anything that you already don't know. And he says, your population's aging, your family size is shrinking, the birth rate's going down, housing's very expensive for young families. All that, he says, in my opinion, we're all mini demographers, right? All of us, we represent communities. So, it's always how many 2 and 3 year olds are running around your neighborhood. Those are the kids we got to plan for. Are there expected mothers? How many of those? Those are the ones that, when you look at long range planning, those are the ones that we really should be focusing on. We've got our elementary building capacity wrapped up. We didn't have time to review that at the committee meeting, but we can go over that. The soccer fields, come back to that. Eastmont Middle, we have to look at what we want to do there long-term. Transportation, we looked at the age of all our buildings. Transportation ages of them all. That's 1954. It's basically, nearly a World War II type building that's not seismic and has lots of issues there. And then the thing that really should drive it, and a lot of it has to, would be our enrollments. And so some of the things we'll look at is, we'll be going to full day kindergarten. Look at that. Always the kids coming in. First grade enrollment's always a big one. Those two are always big because some parents don't bring their kids to kindergarten, but always first grade usually. But we'll watch those. Again, the Jordan feeder is a big one. We went over that in the round table. Union, we'll see what that draws there. I know we're going to be 2 weeks out on a delay there. I'll talk about that in my comments. And then the high schools, all the high schools are well over 100% capacity right now. So except for Jordan, it's about 70 as we get finalized. We're finalizing some of them. I think Alta's the top. 100, looking at top, 110, 115 right now. So then goes down to Brighton, and then Jordan, and then Hillcrest. So yeah. So you can see the capacity of. So we expect to be full in our high schools, which is good. We want that. So let me just also go back. Let me just hit as we had several patrons talk about the fields. Let me just go back and give you a brief history. It's always nice when I can blame things on people or things that happened when I wasn't here, right? So, but a brief history on the soccer field at Corner Canyon. So when they built Corner Canyon, they started building in 2011, opened in 13, right? They had to do quite a bit of excavating and digging out. Of course, we have the sunken gym there, so they had to dig all that out. And then you also have, if you look over on the southwest side, they have the big detention pond. Had to dig all that out and other grading. So the thought was at the time they had all that dirt piled up, and so it's expensive. And if you've been to any of our projects, Union Middle's one, you have a kind of a mini mountain of dirt, and we've had it at just about every project we do as we dig out and put it there. The thought was at the time, rather than incur the cost of hauling the dirt off site, was to build some berms. One of the berms was on the very south of the property by the tennis courts. That was requested by the neighbors at the time because it was a flat field. They just didn't want lights and see everything in the school, so they asked for a berm to be built on that side. So that's what they did with some of the dirt. The other dirt was put. They decided to do a berm up on between the soccer and the softball field. The thought was, we'll put a berm there, and they can watch the game, from the berm or on the grass. Similar to if you've been to a Salt Lake Bees game, they have the outfield berm there or the outfield grass there. That's was part of the thinking at the time. And also to provide a buffer between the two. I don't know if a buffer is ever needed, but that was the thinking at the time, and that's what happened. Of course, when you do that, when they did that, opened up more of a recess down with the higher water table in that area. There is a canal that actually runs right underneath Corner Canyon, then down into the Willow Springs area. And so that's the problem with the water table is that it's just so hot. The water table is so high, and to clear out the field is the problem. So you have that west part of the field was always meant to be a detention pond, really wasn't meant to be played on or practice on. But over time, schools and cultures change, and they started practicing on that field, and then that kind of got beat up. And then, of course, the main field also gets beat up because of the use and the high water table there. So to go in and look at fixing that, we've talked about the best option long term would be to go in and dig that up and put in what they call a culvert drain system. Because we have to store all our stormwater on site there. That's per Draper code. We have to do that at all our schools. Don't get me wrong, this isn't unique to Corner Canyon. Have to store all the stormwater on site until it percolates into the city's storm drain system. So we'd have to build that system in. That's the most expensive part. Then we'd look at hauling dirt in, probably from the berm, probably knocking down the berm and leveling that out across the field and raising up the field, a foot or two to get it higher than the water table. The expensive part is the culvert. We're looking at about 1.3 million to do that drainage system. And then to move the dirt and to resurface the field, to regrade the field is probably another 700,000. So you're looking at 2 million, maybe even a little higher, maybe even could even get approached 2.5 to fix the whole thing. The idea would be if you ever put a field house there, there's probably not enough room to put a field house south of the football field. So you'd have to switch the orientation of the soccer field. So it would go east-west rather than north-south that it's played on now. The problem with east-west is one team's always playing in the sun. That's always can be a home field advantage, right? You make the visiting team play in the sun. But that's probably the best option moving forward to really fix the field. We know we can go in and reseed it. We've tried some of those minor things, but they're just not going to take there with that soil and that clay. So that's the issue that we're at. We have, as Rick has told me, we've been able to schedule all the varsity games for the girls on the football field for the rest of the season. So they should be playing there again. All our fields are turf. All of them have the soccer lines in them. So that should happen. I think all but 5 JV games will be have been scheduled for the football field. Whether or not they can figure out a time, and for these last 5, they're working on that, whether or not they can get to a compromise or a scheduling issue there with the school and all the other activities going on there. So there's where we're at with the long and short on the Corner Canyon fields there. With that, let me just hit this last slide. One of the things I think it's important to know is just the historical perspective. Local governments, we're always going to face funding challenges. We're never going to be able to have everything we want. We saw a large wish list there at Jordan High, of things that we want. Decisions that we made years ago to upgrade and replace some of these unreinforced masonry buildings, aging buildings, as well as the market just changing on inflation and the cost of construction, is going to impact future buildings. I went back and looked at our minutes and our board docs. In 4 of you were here in 2019, and Rick was not, and 3 of you were not. But in 2019, we made a decision at that time, talked about it in spring and September, October, November, voted on it in early December to go ahead and proceed with doing Union Middle, Glacier Hills, and Peruvian Park, and using lease revenue bonds and drawing down all our fund balance that we could to get these projects done, because they were on the bond and promised to voters. And we knew at that time there could be long-term, the things that we could do after that was going to be impacted greatly by that. And that's where we're at right now as we're closing out our books, not completely done, but our fund balance is going to be only $2 million. To me, that's below. That's a negative balance with a district this size. That includes, we had to move in, as we said back then, in 2019, that we'd have to use $5 million of our general ongoing money to complete these projects. And that's what we had to do. We had to move $5 million in to do that. We may have to move another $3 million in, as we planned on this year as well, to complete all those projects. So then we issued the lease, the lease revenue bonds, and that's also became an issue. I think we could go back and issue another tranche of lease revenue bonds, 30 to 35 million, but that's going to be dicey, because if you do that, any project from about 26 to 31 is really going to have to be scrutinized, because we're just going to not have the ability to do anything. So, but that is an option, but you're going to have to prioritize. We always say we can do anything you want, we just can't do everything. And so you're going to have to prioritize, Jordan High, the fields, corner, Eastmont, C-Tech, all those things. We're just going to have to make a priority and decide what's best. I haven't even put out here the West Draper Elementary. I haven't put the Point, what could happen there. So these are all big things. We could look at a GO bond. I'm not opposed to looking at that, a smaller amount to, in the 70, 75 million range for a couple specific projects that maybe benefit the whole district, i.e. C-Tech, and transportation, that benefit every community, every student has access to. You could look at something like that. I don't know what the public support would be. I think we could do something like that, tax rate neutral, but also this also needs to be combined with our decreasing enrollment too, and what we, being prudent with those taxpayer dollars as well. So with that, I'll take any questions, comments you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mrs. Oakes has a question or comment.
So Leon, thank you for your presentation. I know that's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of, and every school has different needs. I also want to thank the parents that came today. I appreciate your concerns. I've heard about the fields for a while now, and I've been aware of the fact that they're a problem and it is an injury issue. I'm curious. I have a few questions. One is, I know we've talked about the cost of really being able to fix those fields appropriately, because I agree with you. I don't want a temporary Band-Aid and us ending up in the same kind of pickle we're in, right? Just in a couple of years with the drainage issue. We didn't talk about the baseball and softball fields, how much it would cost to fix those, because I know that those are an issue.
Yeah.
too.
The talk we had was just on the soccer field. If you remember, I'm guessing we'd probably come close to equaling that on the baseball field. Maybe not as bad, because I think some of the bullpens and the dugouts and things are okay there, but the drainage issue and I don't know if it's so much a drainage issue, but we'd have to look at what would be needed there. To be honest with you, I would plan on close to that million and a half, I would think.
For both of those together. Because last year I did receive some correspondence from members of the softball team
Mhm.
in particular who had very, very specific and detailed photographs of the state of their fields and comparing it to what the boys baseball field looked like. And there were a lot of concerns there. I know they've been talking to the principal and assistant principals about those concerns for a while. People have suggested the idea of using AstroTurf. So I'm curious, is there any difference in cost? Is there any way to save? Does that help at all with the drainage issue if you use AstroTurf?
Just doesn't feel right playing baseball on AstroTurf.
This came from a baseball coach, so it was a suggestion. I am curious. I would know the pros and cons, right?
Stadium. I need to know. Maybe some. It's more cost to put in turf. It's you're probably.
Is that the truth, even when you're having to water it over time?
Yeah. Initially, you're gonna probably put in, I would say 25% more cost to do turf. And you could, some schools I've heard, and we did this a little bit out to turf the pitcher's mound, because that's the high use area. You could, some of the batting cages, higher use areas, you could turf. Turf lasts 10, 12 years, as we did the football field. That was original and lasted 10 years. Corner Canyon's football field's all they used. We look at, of course, football and then lacrosse, rugby, and some soccer on it. So it gets used heavily there. So you look at in about 10 years, then you'd have to replace that. You might go a little longer, but.
So on that same subject, I can appreciate the parent concern expressed about the fact that the football field was prioritized and getting that redone before the soccer field was addressed. Can you help us better understand?
Well, we had we knew the soccer field was going to be extremely expensive, and the turf was about 500,000 to replace that. Once you get the turf in, then you just have to peel it off and put the new carpet down. So but the turf was not in very good shape because of just the high use. It was, we tried to get on a rotation schedule of our 5 fields that have turf and try to do one every other year. And it was Corner Canyons. That was the heaviest used, and next to Hillcrest was the next to oldest turf. And so that was the decision made at that time to turf. We felt like that was a safety hazard as well.
Okay, so that it's like an internal rotation that the district sets up.
Yeah, we try
It's
to.
not decided upon by the school.
No, we obviously the schools don't have the money to put that out, so we have a rotation for lots of our fields and projects. Yeah.
So I have some more questions about the berm. So one of the suggestions was that perhaps the berm is making the drainage issues more complicated there. Is that?
That could be, yeah.
Has anyone ever come in, like an engineer come in and looked at it?
They have. I don't have that information, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Because I'm wondering if, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how $2.5 million is a lot of money. And especially if, I know you and I have talked about it this week because I've been aware of the concern. If we are to get a field house in at Corner Canyon, if we fix the fields beforehand, do you think there's any way to be able to preserve them well enough that they're not going to be damaged when a field house
I
comes
think
in?
ideally you'd probably do them both at the same time so that doesn't happen, so you don't damage the fields. Obviously you'd make the contractor come around the other side and make sure where they stage materials and build, you know, and have
Okay.
access, yeah, you'd want, you know, 50, 60 feet setback between the field and the field house, so there should be enough space there, but and we'd make sure they're repaired, you know, that would be in our contract to make sure they're repaired when they leave or in the same condition they are when they started.
So does it sound like it could be possible for us to fix the field
Yeah.
before a field house
Yeah,
goes
oh,
in?
yeah, sure.
Okay. And then my other question with regard to the berm is, if that's truly made up of clay, do we know if that's clay or is it actual dirt? I mean, I'm a little bit worried about if we
We're not gonna
go through
put-
all the
yeah, yeah,
drainage,
yeah.
like that's a lot. I mean,
I-
1.3 million for that. And if we
Yeah.
bring in really bad,
I would
But-
think it's more dirt, but I, you know, we'd have to sample what's there. And I would do that, yeah.
yeah, I would love to get a little more information what's in the berm. And also like more information about how much it would cost to fix the softball and baseball fields or to get an assessment of the state of that, what they're in. The softball field, there have been a number of injuries with those softball players, so.
Yeah, you know, it's the baseball, softball fields, lots of times depend on the coach. You know, the coaches at all our schools spend an enormous amount of time, you know, that's the fields are their baby. They spend a lot of time out there taking care of them. And so, you know, that's nothing against the Corner Canyon coach, because I know there's issues there, but that's probably the difference between the two is just you know, the Corner Canyon, I believe baseball coach has been there quite a while longer, so. And it's got,
If I remember correctly, I think the softball field is adjacent to where the soccer field
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
And this baseball field is farther away.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the drainage issues are applicable to what we're seeing on the softball field too, in part.
yeah, close to that, yeah.
So anyway, I'd love to get more information on that. I recognize, you know, this is such a hard thing because, I know it needs to get done. As a board member, I'm very aware. And, I also know, like, I didn't realize until our long-range planning meeting that the bathrooms at Jordan High School are perpetually leaking. Like when people walk in, that it's a hot mess. Like I didn't realize. It was embarrassing the way like it was described to me. I also know that Corner Canyon, I don't remember what year it was that we built those additional classrooms onto the back of the school.
So they opened up in 2019,
And how much was that project again?
just over 10. Between that and expanding the cafeteria out was about 10.5 million.
About 10.5 million. And I remember like that was kind of a
Yeah.
controversial
Yeah.
issue at the time. There were a
Yeah.
lot of high schools that were upset that more was being done for Corner Canyon at
Yeah,
that
the-
time.
16, I want to say 16 portables out there.
Mhm.
So we did build, the original plan was to do 8 classrooms. And then, you know, we thought we could get everybody in the building with 8. You know, we heard a lot from the school, a lot from the teachers and the staff and the SEC. And so we decided to do out to the 16,
Mhm.
8 on each, you know, each swing. And so
Which has
that's what-
made a huge difference. I have to
Yeah.
say, like,
Yeah.
as a parent who has kids there, it was absolutely needed. And I think it was the right thing to do. It wasn't cheap,
No,
right?
no, it was not cheap. And as a parent who'll have a boy there next year, you know, I'm excited for that. So Corner Canyon's an amazing school, you know, Rick and I talk all the time and, you know, it's a shining star in the state as are all our high schools, I think. So yeah, it's a fantastic school on so many fronts. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you so much. First off, I want to thank Leon for his presentation, very thorough. I also really appreciate you including in your presentation the fields. I know you and I talked about that and I appreciated that you decided to add that in. I have a lot to talk about, but first I'm just going to talk about the fields in particular. Baseball, softball, and soccer have been an issue since the school was built, and Leon covered that pretty specifically. The way it's placed, the berm in between the soccer field and the baseball and softball, and then the higher elevation on the other side, it's like a bowl effect. And so the water always goes to the lowest level. So there's a lot of water just in that soccer field. And then the practice field's even lower. And the practice field has just got tons of water in it. As far as the difference between doing these little fixes or band-aids, as we call them, I asked Leon to prepare just a report of the amount of money we spend each year trying to do what we can with the fields. And again, he's talked about how it's a large investment to do a total fix, but I did just kind of want to go over so the rest of the board is aware of what we spend on trying to do what we can to maintain it, because the fields have gotten worse over the years, partially because of how much usage they have on them, and then this water issue that is difficult for us. So Leon, would you go over that?
Yes, so I just went back a couple of years. So the last couple of years, we spent about 25,000 on the soccer field. It would be some reseeding and some other minor things, so not much, but that's going back again 2 years to 21. And the baseball field, we did do some turf, some sod, replace sod on the infield. That was last October. That was about 30,000. So that's the most recent things that we've done.
Perfect. Thank you. And I just wanted to bring that up because although we're doing these things to try to help, unfortunately, we're not able to fix it because of the way it was initially designed, and with the water issues. When we talk about the baseball field coach, or the baseball coach, Coach Ure spends a lot of his hours just donating to that field that he isn't paid for, trying to help maintain the field. And it still, would definitely not be considered, favorable circumstances for those kids to play on, but it's way better than it would be. But he just spends hours of his own time trying to cultivate that field and help it. As far as this is something the administration at Corner has always been concerned about, even when you go to the opening with Mary Bailey. I just was talking to an administrator over there that had talked to Mary Bailey, who opened the school, and she was concerned about it at the beginning. I know one of the parents tonight talked about that as well. I think it was Laurel Jepson that said her student that first started at Corner. So it has been an issue. The safety issue and the field issue has been an issue since the school opened. And I know that the administrators have been looking into what they can do. And as far as when we're talking about cost, I did have a conversation with one of the assistant principals, Dave Barrett, and he had looked at just a rough estimate of what it would be to turf. And, he was looking at baseball, softball, soccer, and he was under the impression that would be probably around $2 million to do that, to move the fields and turf them. And I know we've talked tonight about just draining the water and all those things, and moving the fields over would be about that cost. So, and I think finding out more details that way about how to long-term fix the problem and have a good playing field and possibly water conservation. I know there are some parents that are worried about, the game changes versus grass versus turf. But if we can just get all the information we can to be able to make a good decision moving forward, I think, Ms. Oaks mentioned the wing extension. When Corner Canyon was built, right after that first year, they were on moratorium and couldn't have an open enrollment because it was so full. Right, Leon. And so the wing of classrooms was because we had so many portables and we were kind of bursting at the seams. It was kind of a capacity issue. Is that right, Leon?
Yeah. We first couple of years, Corner Canyon was on a moratorium status. Yes.
Yeah. So as soon as it was built, it was on moratorium. So it was kind of maybe one of those situations you would say, kind of like with Alta with the music room, where they came and said, "Hey, we can't store instruments. This isn't an effective band room for us, and music room." It was kind of one of those things where Corner was built with not realizing, what kind of capacity it needed to serve. But I do understand why there would be concern, because it was the newest high school. But I think regardless of all that, what's important is we should be considering student safety this is an issue. We do have teams that refuse to play on our fields. We have, not as many home games in our schedule because of that. I know at one point, sometimes the girls soccer team would go over to Draper Park Middle School and play there because there was, I know at least one team in Utah Valley that wouldn't play on the field. And Draper Park Middle School field is not really in great condition right now for that as well, to be relocated that way. So we're kind of don't have a lot of options. As far as looking towards the question about the turf with the football field, the internal rotation that we have, what Leon was saying with the way we do things is there's a certain number of years and then it has to be renewed. And like he talked about that, I thought that was a good detail with the football and the rugby and the lacrosse. I wanted to swing back to Jordan High School for a moment. When we look at the needs of Jordan High School, I really appreciate, Leon, when you have that jar with the rocks and the sand, because Jordan has been on a decreased enrollment for this past several years, and former board member Steve Wrigley, this was something he'd always say, and probably a lot of my colleagues there will remember this. He would say, there's a drain, there's a drain coming from Jordan, and kids are kind of open. A lot of kids are open enrolling over to Alta for the Step to the U program. And he was very, very concerned about that neighborhood high school. And I think that moving forward and looking to the future, we need to create a strong pull to go to Jordan for students to want to stay there and for students that want to go there. And I believe that as we set up programs that are unique and strong and set Jordan apart from our other high schools, that can happen. But I think we need to look at, especially with all these different projects that we're doing, and of course Jordan's bathrooms, that's a huge, I would think that would be very top of the list. But I think we also need to look and be wise stewards of taxpayer money and think of what can we do to sustain enrollment there, to set it apart and to create a draw for people. So I think that would be really important. And then I think with our list of priorities of spending, I think that keeping in mind student safety should be something we're really considering. And, and just the quality, the bathrooms, the quality of just, basic upkeep and quality of the school. So as far as moving forward in the future, Leon, what are you thinking as far as all of these projects? I know you have that long laundry list of possible needs and things, but moving forward, what are you looking at as far as prioritizing projects?
Well, my wife says, you don't think we'll operate 30, Leon, so you need to stop. So, again, I don't have a list. I think that's where we have to, again, go right back to where we prioritize. I go back, it was 10 years ago next month. It was September of 2013. The board appointed me to this position, which I'm grateful for this board, grateful for that board that appointed me, grateful for all the other boards that have come since then and the support they've given to the superintendent and I. But one thing I've learned throughout those 10 years is we're always going to have far more wishes, far more wants than we have dollars.
Mm-hmm.
We've never, ever had everything we want. I know when we open some schools and, we're getting ready to open Union a couple weeks, Union had to wait for quite a while after other schools got upgrades on seismic issues and HVAC issues and everything like that. The last middle school that we did a revamp to was Indian Hills in 2018. That opened, and the year before in 2017 is when middle opened. But Union was just as the same condition as those. And so they had to wait 5 years. And so again, that just gets right back to, I don't have a priority list, to be honest with you. As I listen to Doug and Janet, I just feel like CTEC's a priority. I just see the need for our kids in today's world. You know, we're training kids today for jobs that do not exist, right?
Right.
So, I just think CTEC would probably be my top priority, but again, that's why you guys are elected. So yeah.
I appreciate you mentioning CTEC. I had a fantastic tour with Janet here a few months ago, and our CTEC program is outstanding. And I've said it in previous meetings, but I'll say it again. All we need now is the shiny building, right? We've got amazing programs, and I would love to see. And you know, my wish, if I could wave a magic wand, would be to put an amazing remodel at Jordan High, and put some awesome CTEC, expand the CTEC program there, and you know, and use the resources from what's currently CTEC to help make that happen. I think that would be exciting, and I think we could generate quite a magnet there that way. But I know we'd have to be creative with the remodel and as far as space with the parking lot and things. But yeah, CTEC's a really great program, and it is definitely that pathway to getting kids out to their jobs. That's a really important, and then really important for the future with secondary schools and high schools. So in closing, I do feel Corner Canyon has been waiting on this for 11 years with the fields. Unfortunately, it's been an issue since the school opened, and I really appreciate the time that's been taken tonight to discuss this. And I look forward to having this go back to long range committee and hopefully, you know, getting into more specifics of how that could happen, and possibly turf with water conservation or whatever else is considered. Moving those fields, of course, would probably be part of that, but really interested in seeing that, and then how we're going to help CTEC and Jordan High. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybar. The superintendent would like to say something, and then board member Edel.
Board members want to go first? Sure, okay. Couple of things on Corner Canyon's fields. I think I appreciate Leon's work on this, and it's definitely high on our priority. I think we want our students and our athletes to be safe. We want them to have the experience that really helps them have a great experience and move on with their goals. I think, you know, coming back, and I've been down this road before with issues with water, and we know in Draper there's all kinds of issues with water and the soil. That's probably an understatement, right? I really think getting soil engineers on this and some soil study and understand, to your point, Amanda, the role that clay is playing, the elevation, maybe it's the history of that ground. I'm not giving up on turf. I know Leon and I feel a little bit, maybe we're not right on the same page on this, but when you really think about our state, the condition that we're in with the drought, the future, and I don't know, I'm not trying to say that I want to create equity issues and access to field turf and whatnot, because I know that can create an imbalance, but I think not just as a district, but as a state, this really is the direction that athletic facilities are going. The field turf is getting much safer than it ever was. The field turf that I played on in college is more like this carpet and asphalt. It was just a thin layer, of carpet laid over cement. Now it's almost as, like realistic grass as it can be, and it's getting better and better and better. And so I think if we're talking about $1 million to $2 million in over excavation to address the water drainage issue, that spending the additional dollars to turf the soccer field and maybe baseball and softball with a plan to eventually over time recapture savings in water conservation and just being a partner in the future of our state with this water issue. I think, you know, that's being a good partner and a good conservator of taxpayer dollars. So I think we really ought to consider that when we're looking at this. I also, you know, moving on to the Jordan question, and we've heard a lot in long range planning, met with the high school principals. There's a real sense, and I get it. I think, and Leon points this out, the great history and tradition that Jordan High has. It really is a hallmark in our state and in Canyon School District. And so preserving history, preserving the rich traditions and things that are there, it's very important to that community. So, but we also have this dilemma, right, with declining enrollment and attracting students to the district and to Jordan High. And I think we want to preserve that. So to me, the real vision in this is a yes and proposition, and thinking about maybe in phases, but this interdisciplinary model where students really can advance in the trades, in vocation, in technology, in STEAM. I kind of envision it as maybe a trilogy, maybe per se, if we were to look at a CTEC center upwards of 100,000 square feet, and maybe it's a single bond issue, maybe it's a combination of a lease revenue bond. I think one element we haven't talked about, and I know this is the elephant in the room, but we have to start to consider selling some properties, and we're already considering that. But when we're looking at enrollment capacity in some of our schools that are declining, that's an uncomfortable conversation, but I think we've got to get more comfortable with that, and, you know, allowing the public time to have that conversation with us. But in the end, I think something very exciting and beautiful could occur and really build some synergy between a new CTEC center and really embed CTE and STEAM principles at Jordan High, preserving their rich tradition and history, but now and add to that, along with the point, and we talked a little bit about this in long range, is that the possibilities of what could be, maybe it's a complete rebrand as the point, really making that kind of the brand for this interdisciplinary model where students can either access by program all of these things that we're talking about, along with whatever the latest industry demands are, or they can do a standalone where they can graduate from one of these programs while getting their credit. And we're seeing that pop up. Washington School District is now offering something similar. Davis is offering something similar. So I think we're in that ballpark. We're talking about what that might look like, but I think that kind of captures everything that we're looking for to keep and preserve Jordan High, but also at the same time thinking about how we can repurpose some of the services that we provide our students, you know, and really empower them in their choice in what they want to do, whether it's a college track or it's more of a career ready track. I think we can offer both, but it's going to require probably a combination, to your point, Leon, of how we figure out how to prioritize and finance all of this long term. So anyway, can I add one other thing? One thing that was not on the list that we need to add is CTA. And I know we've gone through committee, we've talked about this at length in different places. I met with Nate and school performance, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think where we're at this point is we would recommend moving CTA over to Crescent View. I know that's a little different, and that kind of veers from the original thought at Jordan. We know if we go to Jordan High, the remodel and the cost to do that, the capital cost there, we're starting out at least $500,000 just on the restroom issue alone, and some of the ADA issues that we would need to come into compliance with. We think Crescent View would be an excellent location for CTA. It's very close to tracks. Nate brought up the point yesterday that in relationship to Entrada, workforce services and job opportunities, that may be even better. As we talked with the architects, Crescent View definitely has its issues. I didn't know that all of the walls in Crescent View are weight bearing from that model that was built back in the day. So there are some issues there, but I think timing wise, giving our students this opportunity much sooner would also be a big benefit. So I just kind of feeling some urgency with that decision and moving forward. I don't think that we really, the board, we've talked a lot about this in different committees and brought it forward. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that, because that's also something that's out there that we're thinking about. So I don't know if I captured, Nate, there's a lot there. So that's it for now. More to come.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Edel.
Yeah, so I want to comment both on CTEC and Jordan. So first, I think CTEC's it's an amazing program. Anyone who's toured CTEC or has had any involvement with CTEC knows that. That's really essential for the future. When you're talking about a program that gives people the skills that they need to succeed as soon as they graduate from here, that is definitely CTEC. And so as we look forward to the future of CTEC, I definitely am a strong supporter of giving CTEC the resources that they need so that we can expand the programs and the opportunities that our students have. With that said, you look at the high school enrollment at CTEC and the variety of schools that have students that attend, and they're fairly even with the exception of Alta, who is extra engaged and extra looking for those career opportunities. But as we look at the placement of CTEC, I really feel that co-locating CTEC with Jordan would be an end to CTEC or would be an end to Jordan. Each of our schools have strong identities, and I think that's fantastic. I love the individual cultures that we have at our schools. But as we see, we have the significant enrollment from Alta, but do the Hawks want to go take courses at the Beat Digger School, right? And whether we like it or not, there's always going to be that line of sight drift. So we could pretend that Jordan and CTEC would be separate programs that are co-located, or we could pretend that students that attend Alta will want to transfer over to Jordan if CTEC's just gets merged into there. But in the end, we lose one of our schools. With that though, that'll bring me to Jordan. So then what can we do for Jordan? Well, when we look at Jordan, first, if we look at the recent history of Jordan, we have underinvested in Jordan over the years, and decisions were made prior to me being here that led to that, right? But if you look at what we've invested in each of the schools, we have underinvested in Jordan over time. So when we look at this areas for improvement list that's on here, just skipping the wish list, just going for the areas of improvement. Some of these things are pretty basic. Jordan is basically not a secure campus by any stretch of the imagination. We have no vestibule system. It's completely open, and all the doors are keyed, right? So how easy is it to just copy a key or to lose a key? And now you have a potentially bad actor that can get into any room, versus most of our schools which have the badging systems. Going to the bathroom shouldn't be a challenge for students, right? Going to the bathroom is a pretty basic thing. So when we look at this and we wonder, why are students transferring out of Jordan? We need better programs. Well, first off, we need it so they can use the bathroom. We need it so they can feel safe at school. If we don't invest in Jordan and we continuously say You are not a priority. The students hear that loud and clear. The students have heard us demonstrate that they are not a priority at Jordan, and we wonder why we have declining enrollment at Jordan. So it's essential that we fix these basic items for students to have just what they need to start learning at Jordan, and to erase the perception that Jordan is a school that you don't invest in, that Jordan is a school that you go to and it doesn't matter really if you learn anything or what kind of grades you get, right? Because obviously if that was important, you'd be able to use the bathroom without having water everywhere. So when we look to these things, we do have to look at, are we even meeting the basic needs of our students? And at Jordan, we're not, and we haven't been for a long time. And whether we like it or not, Jordan will always be that visible beacon of our district. And while I'm not saying that Jordan is more important than all of our other high schools, because we have some amazing high schools here, right? But I am saying that Jordan is as important as the rest of our high schools. The students at Jordan and the students that feed into Jordan are as important as the students in the rest of our high schools. And we need to demonstrate that to them while supporting our comprehensive high school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milberg.
You know, the issues are never easy. Back in 2009, when Canyon School District was first established, I will tell you that Jordan High School was a shining star, and it was the envy. Am I not? It's on. Am I okay now? Not that close? Okay. But Jordan High was the envy of the other high schools in our school district. It was the new school. And so I'm not going to go on a guilt trip because we have built some very, very fine schools before we did a whole lot to Jordan High School. I think we're very much justified. As was mentioned earlier tonight, in 2009, we went through a very, very comprehensive building assessment. And the top priority on that building assessment was student safety. And if you look at the schools, most of the schools that we have rebuilt were rebuilt because of seismic issues. In 2009, when we were looking at this, there was a series of earthquakes that took place in China. Schools were leveled, children were crushed. And I think we did the right thing to look at the safety of our existing buildings and attack those that were the most dangerous for our students to be in. Jordan was built after the seismic standards changed, and therefore it was considered a safe building to be in. Now, Andrew, I will agree all day long. If I've got to go potty, I like having it clean and I like having it work and I like knowing that when I flush it and goes down, not comes up, okay? I get it, okay? Second thing we looked at in our list of priorities was educational adequacy. We had some of our middle schools, Albion was one that comes to mind, Indian Hills is another one, that did not really function well for an education purpose. And they were drastically remodeled. And that needed to happen. Now, 14 years later, the star is not shining as brightly at Jordan High.
And I will agree with you all day long that we need to take a look at that and see what we do to make that a place where people want to be. It's still a very functional school. It's still a beautiful school, and it still has a lot of good stuff left in it. But I would also turn that around, and when I look at student safety, soccer field, baseball field at Corner Canyon, one of our first new schools that came out of the district, still has problems. And as we look at student safety, we need to make sure that we're considering the well-being of our students. I think the problem we have is, Leon, you said it very eloquently, that we've got more wishes than we have money to fund the wishes. We always have, and we always will. And prioritization is right there. I look at CTEC. What an amazing program. And how you guys get so much done and get so many students in there and do so much without a shoehorn, I'll never know. The layout of the building, not very good. As far as the educational adequacy is concerned, kind of stinks, you know. But you guys you work magic, and you make things happen, and you put out good programs, and kids are coming out of there having learned something. We can and we should do better. And so, you know, that's up there. I look at the list each month. I don't have a clue what's going to happen there, but something has to happen. I look at Crescent Middle. Something's got to happen there. I mean, that has been a great workhorse for the last 14 years. Whenever we needed to house a school someplace while we did a rebuild, Crescent was the old faithful friend that took care of our needs. And so, you know, then you come down the list with Jordan and Corner Canyon. Something's got to happen. And Leon, I am just so grateful that we've got a smart guy like you figuring out all the money. Call Washington, D.C. They're doing a great job of that. And, you know, the problem is we're looking at, my opinion, runaway inflation. We saw that eats the heart out of our last bond we passed. We had Brighton and Hillcrest budgeted at what, 90 million, 92 million, somewhere through there, and they were both came in pocket change short of 120 million. That does a lot to eat away at your bond. Corner Canyon, we built for what? Initially 83 million, 80 million.
That was, Corner Canyon was a tremendous bargain. We built that for 72 million.
Yeah.
And
We
then
were
the
criticized
10
at that time because
10 and a half to add on to the add-on. So it's about 83 all in, but yeah.
but we were criticized because we went in the face of the recession
Mhm.
and built the school.
Yep,
One of the
absolutely.
smartest things we ever did.
Oh, yeah, looking back
And
now.
so back to prioritization, I think everybody's got a great claim for what they want to have happen in their schools and in their neighborhoods. And you said it so well that we can do anything we want. We just can't do everything. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. T.
Thank you. Before I kind of share my thoughts on the whole picture, did Mr. Edfelson want to give us a little more
We
detail
always
about the
like to hear
conversation
from
about
Mr.
CTA?
Eccleston. So,
I mostly just if there were
Because I'd like to
questions,
know.
but
no, I think.
I'd like to know, because it sounds to me like there might be a solution that's doable.
well, we have gone out before and done some of our own discussions about what we thought would be good for our students. I think we can all agree that the best thing would be to get them out from their current location, regardless of whether that is. I think when we talk about educational use, I think what we've used up what we've got with our students down there over and over again. And so the thing I really enjoy about we looked at both locations and have for years, hoping somehow that we'd be able to have a chance to do something. And the reason Crescent View is such an attractive opportunity is because I think there are, again, opportunities for us to expand programs to address lots of other student needs, not just our CTA students, but the location is prime, just like Jordan's along that State Street area, where we can get access to a variety of things, transit being a big part of that. And I think when I think, we did throwing around ideas, we talk about entrada and access. What better for adult education than to have access to a lifeline like tracks? I mean, a lot of adults coming back for education need those cheap modes of transit. We talk about access that way, but we also, I think in regards to fiscal, we could do a lot with a little at Crescent View, whereas we're talking about quite a bit of needs at Jordan High School. And I think, we always want to be cognizant of what we're asking our communities to help in regards to building. And I think we can really make some good things work. We were at Crescent View during COVID. I know that it's been a little bit of time, but we did have to use that facility for some of our athletics or adapted PE needs, because we couldn't get into the community health centers at that time based on closures. And that was a great facility. Our students really did well there, and I think it was a good thing. And I think it's probably why we got a craving for it. But so yeah, I think we really are quite flexible. I think that's one of the things we pride ourselves on in special education, is being adaptable. But this is a definite good option for us, and we'd love to be considered for. If there's any questions I can answer, I just hang out here, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that information. I think, did Mrs. Oates have a question on that one? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I like the idea because it sounds like a solution, right? And we've just had an hour plus worth of information that seems like solutions are hard to come by. but no, really, this has been said many times, but I just keep thinking there's so many compelling needs here and so few resources. And I think back, some of you here might remember Dr. Ginger Road when she was our interim superintendent. She and I had a conversation kind of about that whole idea of public ed in Utah having to operate with very few limited resources. And it was in her comment to me was, yeah, but it allows us to be creative, and in being creative, we come up with good solutions. And so I've just been thinking about that this last hour, and I would like to ask the long range planning committee to kind of take all of this and then come up with a couple of possible scenarios that the board could consider. And I look at your picture of the jar with the rocks and the sand, and it's like, maybe you could help us identify the big rocks and maybe some possible plan for resources. But the thing is, we have to be very thoughtful and careful, but we shouldn't be paralyzed by this being too overwhelming. And when you talk about kind of waiting, schools having to wait their turn, I mean, for years and years and years, all 5 of my kids went to Brighton, and it was between Brighton and Hillcrest. Those buildings, I mean, teachers were literally putting buckets in certain places in their room for when it rained, and having to do some rewiring when computers became more prevalent in the classrooms. And again, it's one of those things where I don't want to purposefully create inequitable situations, but part of it is if we can come up with a plan, even if it's as the committee, long range planning, right? You come up with a plan, it's easier for people to be patient, waiting kind of their turn as well. So that would be my recommendation, to have that committee really come back with some tangible scenarios or options, and include resources. I know you mentioned about possible bonding, and that just kind of makes me a little nervous, but I mean, if it's something that we need to do, then I guess we consider it, but I'd like to look and see if there's another way first to kind of meeting those needs or creating a plan that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And Mrs. Pedersen.
Okay. Feel like I've said a lot today and I haven't said anything. All in my head. We've touched both sides of the issue very, very well. The needs are so great in the district and always will be. And I really, as a member of the long-term committee, there's many things that we haven't necessarily been able to share because we haven't settled down enough to have a very logical plan ready. But I think we're getting very close to that position. So it's a reasonable request, in my opinion, that Nancy asks that the long-term planning have a tentative 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and prioritize our plans. I think the number one thing we need to look at, no matter what, where they are, is student safety. We've got to meet basic needs. They have to feel safe in whatever ways that is, bathrooms or fields. We have to prioritize the safety of our students first. And so we need to really go through our wish list and identify those first, and then we can prioritize those. They may not all happen in the first year, but we can at least say these are the critical ones and then move on down. I'm happy with the Crescent View opportunity we hadn't been looking at, and then suddenly it became an option, and we're going, oh, this has been a really good start of solving. You know how when you're doing a puzzle and you put all the edges together and you're missing that one piece, drives me crazy. And you try to find that one piece, you found it. You found one of the pieces that I think will help frame some of the needs that we need to do. And you kind of start the dominoes or the puzzle, or I guess I'm game oriented today. I appreciate your willingness to give us some other options, because in the beginning we thought you were really sold on, you really wanted, to be a Jordan. But I think that your proposal that we consider another option is very, very viable. I think it will really help a lot in our decision making. We spend a lot of time talking and never get all of it done because there's just so many lists. We either have to have more meetings or less things on the list. So I just appreciate the conversation all around. Holly brought up great points about the field. Andrew brought up great ideas for concerns that the community has about Jordan being able to keep their own identity. And we want CTEC to have their own identity. But I think the long-term plan has a way that we can not combine into the same place, but the identities can stay individual, yet they can work together. I think there's a potential way we can solve that problem. So we need to discuss it as a group. We haven't had an opportunity to really pursue that conversation. Mont had great, historical background. I think we have to understand that it's difficult to plan something now and know what's going to happen. Just like we don't know the jobs of the students. We don't know the building needs of the district. We don't know really what's going to be thrown at us in the future, but we try our darndest to be ready and prepared for that. So I think this has been a valuable conversation. We're not going to be voting on anything particularly, but I think we've had excellent input, and I appreciate all the conversation that we've had. And if the community has any input that they would like, they can email someone on the board or all of us on the board, and the appropriate, us that are on the long-term committee or whatever committee it happens to fit in, we'd be more than happy to consider your input as well. So we are really open to everyone's ideas. If we can narrow it down to a kind of a tentative plan, then we can bring it to the community and say, hey, this is what we're thinking. Now what? How do you think? What do you think about it? We just don't want to throw it out there and everybody talk forever and nothing get done. So we're trying to make sure that we weed out some of the not really realistic answers so that we can be realistic in our ideas. And we definitely will need and have to have
community input. And we know, we know about the field. I even went out personally to go see it last week. Yuck. I said a farm field. Actually, it looked a lot like elementary playgrounds. It's, the grass, I used to teach in elementary. So you'd send people out to recess and we'd have to put cones over, holes and sprinkler heads and other weird things so kids wouldn't come in wanting a Band-Aid and all those other kinds of things. So I know, I've seen it firsthand. Trust me, we will address it. We just have to find out what is the most logical way to spend the money that we do have. And we appreciate your input. We can't do it without you, and we won't do it without you. But we are aware of a lot of things, and we can't share everything that we've done yet because it's just too vague, and we don't want to cause stress when there isn't a need to do that yet. We just want to have a concrete plan so that we can get some good input. So thank you, everyone. I'm probably taking away Amber's conversation about saying thanks for sharing everything. But I think this has been a very valuable hour and a half, whatever it's been, because I think that's what we really need to spend our time on. So thank you for sharing. And I support a lot of the ideas that have been presented. I just don't know how they're all going to fit together yet, but we will work on it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pedersen. Mrs. Oakes has a question.
I just have a follow-up question. So, Dr. Robbins, so were we to use CTEC for CTA, or not CTEC, sorry, Crescent View? It's a long night. Is that a permanent solution that we're considering, and does that preclude us from being able to do something else with the property in the future?
With
Crescent View.
at Crescent View. No, I think it could be used for other things. Some of the conversation was in the future, does Entrada or potentially Diamond Ridge, if we want to expand enrollment for those programs as well, could that campus be considered? I think for a more immediate use and getting them out of the basement, to Nate's point, Crescent View provides a more immediate option, which I think is positive. I think we've talked through the Jordan option, but we're at least one full year out, even if that was the decision by the board, and you'd have to approve probably more than $500,000 in capital upgrades just for those classrooms for ADA and bathrooms and whatnot. So in my mind, that maybe that can free up some potential funding, to Andrew's point, that we could pick off some of the low-hanging fruit to address some of those issues at Jordan maybe next summer. But I don't think it excludes other options. I think CTA there would be a great option. I don't know if you want to comment to that. Yeah.
So when we had gone over before in the recent past, we're talking about a small component of the school. I mean, it's a large facility, obviously, and so I think I remember when we talked about maybe 4 or 5 of the classrooms there and some of the central office that's just located there. So we're not talking about expanding outside the whole building. We wouldn't need that kind of space. The gym, access to the gym would obviously be wonderful because we could probably reduce some of our costs in regards to, not that we don't love going into the community, but we could reduce some of our costs for some of our PE needs and some things like that. And use some of that time more effectively rather than traveling to community centers to get out into the job markets and work. So I think there's a lot of flexibility that lends for us with those facilities. So, but the space that we're thinking about is, and I could even draw it out and get that to the long range, anything what we kind of look at.
Can I just add another comment to the CTEC conversation? And I, again, not saying, one way or the other and how we determine to fund that, but kind of to Leon's point, if you're thinking about how we package some of these needs, we also, in human-centered supports, those of you that serve on that committee, we've talked a lot about, how we can serve our employees better. And this came up a little bit tonight about some type of district Instacare or clinic for employees. And Rob has done a great job with our insurance department, bringing that to that committee and really looking at that through a feasibility lens and what we pay in premiums and the potential of cost saving if we had our own clinic. That may be, something that we look at in concert with a new CTEC. We also, the daycare situation in our community right now is dire. Our employees are desperate for daycare services. That also could be part of that. And then to Leon's point, our transportation depot really needs an upgrade. So there are other elements to this that can play into that conversation with our needs if we're thinking about what are some ways that we can really, address some real critical needs that are out there that may be part of this whole conversation. So I just wanted to make sure we get those on the record as well.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I also just want to thank my fellow board members for their input. And it seems like the consensus is that this should all go to long range planning and we will continue to discuss it. We're waiting for a couple reports to come back. So we may not be able to come back with anything until like October, right? Mr. Wilcox, probably. Yeah, so. Yeah, so we will work on this. The other thing is, I don't know if CTA is part of that or that's a separate proposal that comes back, but what are you thinking on the timing of that one?
Well, it's been through committee already at least once. It's been in long range planning. We brought it to the full board once before. I don't know how soon, if we went to Crescent, how soon or later that we could get our students. I know just the temperature on this issue is rising, and I know many of our parents and CTA students and families are wondering what the plan, actually is going to be or is. Their back to school night, I think, is coming up here in a week or two. And, I'd really like to be able to answer those questions and give them a direction of what the plan is. So.
Yeah, I think we could do something relatively quick there. We'd have to meet with Linda and Nate and see what type of immediate needs they would need to get in there. I think they could get in there fairly quick with very minimal stuff or improvements, because the building's in pretty good shape, and we could block off some things and some things. Yeah. And the bathrooms would be an issue there, as are Jordan, and so we'd have to work through that, but I think we could work something out, a mid-year move if everybody wanted to do that.
Okay, so board, are we okay if they bring back a proposal to our next board meeting? If you have enough time to gather what you
Next
need.
board meeting is September 5th.
Mhm.
Heck yeah, 3 weeks is
3
plenty
weeks.
of time, so we can do that. And we can,
Okay.
yes, we can put
Okay.
that on the agenda.
Are we going to request a possible approval at that time after the proposal? Or do you
It'll
think
probably
it's
just
gonna
have
take
to
longer
be
than
first
that?
reading?
I know. Usually have to have two. I know.
Yeah,
Okay.
At least
I would feel better if we had the actual the numbers and timing and all that, and then had another 2 weeks to the next board.
I think we could have
That's kind of my
some
opinion.
good ideas for the 5th, and then on the 19th, more information, so.
Okay,
Uh,
well,
yeah.
that sounds good. We'll plan on that then. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox, and thank you, Mr. Elvison. Okay, so now we are at CTE. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Janet. And I'm blanking on your name. I'm really sorry. Doug. Thank you, Doug. Thank you for being here and telling us all about CTEC. That was wonderful to hear about all those programs. And we look forward to a plan for you guys too. So thank you. Okay, so next we have staff comments. First, Superintendent.
Real brief. Also, thank you, Janet and Doug. And just to make you aware, I asked Doug's working on this, but we'll be doing a listening tour at CTEC. I think it'd be important to hear directly from their teachers and staff about what they think about all this and get their input, on the ground. So I'm excited to do that. just a big shout out and thanks. A lot of our staff and teachers and people are back this week. It's been exciting. Special ed, speaking of, Nate and Linda kicked off their meetings this morning over at Mount Jordan. Karen was there. It was great to see that. And I know we've had teachers throughout the district. I also, and I know the board's aware of this, but just publicly want to give a shout out to Principal Eschler and the team at Jordan. As you're aware, we received notice from the U.S. Navy that Jordan High, speaking of the Beat Diggers, will be a host to a junior Navy ROTC program. So I think that's awesome to be partnering with the Navy. And we're only aware of one other high school in Utah. I believe it's at West, is the only other high school in Utah that hosts a Navy junior ROTC. So super excited for the Beat Diggers on that. So that's all for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, thank you, President Shield. Just a couple updates. Want to start with Union. As you know, we just couldn't get in time. We apologize to the community, the staff, the parents, the kids especially. We are making good progress there. The parking lot went down today. At least half of it did. So the other half will be next day or so. So we'll have that in. We expect the fire marshal will be there on Thursday. We do expect to be able to get occupancy between Thursday and Friday. The biggest thing is that we're not concerned about is so much the getting fire marshal clearance. You know, obviously that's extremely important. We think we'll be fine getting that. It's just getting the building cleaned up and ready for kids. It's just not in that state right now. You know, we've had 200 construction workers there last several weeks, and it just needs a good cleaning up before we're ready for kids. We do feel pretty confident. We're not going to give 100%, but we do feel confident about that. All kids being there in 2 weeks, September 1 for 6th grade orientation, everybody starting on September 5th. Our plan is we'd like to give Hughes and their subcontractors the building the rest of this week and all of next week. So we'll keep our employees out of it, even though we'll have occupancy. So the teachers will be working from home as they teach virtually. Starting the week of the 28th, we will hopefully have them in the building. They will be teaching virtually from inside their classroom while they set up their classroom for the following week. So that is our plan right now. We feel like we are going to meet that. So we've made a lot of progress. Big thank you to Matt Wolford and his team, and Gary Hansen and his team, and our Hughes team on getting us there. So we are excited to have that, to get into that building. Also there last spring, you know, with full day kindergarten, you know, we're losing the midday runs. And so we, our bus drivers bid out the routes the last week. Just to give you a breakdown, we had we wanted to make sure we preserve all the contracts that employees who had a contract last year. We had 16 routes that do have part of a nutrition service working in the lunchroom or / cafeteria, mainly as a cashier. So we have 16 drivers who will be doing that to get the route. Everybody who had a contract last year who wants a contract this year has that. We had a couple who decided they didn't want a contract this year, which is fine. That was their choice. But everybody else has that. We're actually short about 15 drivers right now. So we still need some drivers if you're interested. We are, along with lunch workers and custodians, we're now short drivers, but we will have enough to cover everything the first couple of days. We do have some in our training classes and whatnot, but again, looks like we're struggling with bus drivers starting right off the start of the year. Last thing, mentioned the midday run. Amber texted me today with all our teachers here, how excited we are to have full day kindergarten. And she's, her and her staff training up for that. So long time coming, but we're excited to proceed with that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you. Just very excited for this coming week with all the kids going back to school. My youngest is actually going into all day kindergarten. So it's been, I've had 22 years, almost 23 years of kids at home. So this is a new chapter of my life, and I'm excited. He's so excited to to go to school and so excited to get with his teacher. Good luck to all the teachers. I'm out of town this week on a family vacation, so I was sorry to not be there in person, but just the way it worked out with all the kids' sports schedules and things and different family events we had going on. So I unfortunately had to miss some of the exciting activities that Canyons was doing this week in preparation. And this past week, welcoming elementary school teachers and of course our new teachers to the district. I really want to give a special thanks to Leon and all those in the long range planning. I know that there are a lot of possibilities and a lot of needs, and I know that we can come up with creative solutions to do what's best overall. And I really loved especially Dr. Robbins' comment about the yes and talking about STEAM and hands-on learning. And I do want to just draw everything back to that strategic plan as kind of our North Star that we're working towards. And I think whatever plans that we come up with, that they should align well with those impact statements and those things that were drawn from parents, the community, students, teachers, and of course our talented individuals here at the district and board members. But I do believe that the synergy that was created there really provided a roadmap for us, and that all of the future plans, although it looks like maybe it's just operational, when it comes down to it, it is a lot more than operational and building needs, because those spaces help define what we can do. And as we create those learning environments and what the future looks like, I'm excited for the Beat Digger community. I have a lot of passion for preserving the history, and also with an eye looking forward to the future to securing that student population. And I think demographics and population shifts and changes and what's happening to the youth wave and those things, that those all need to be considered. I appreciated Miss Oak's comment when she asked about, if we were to move Canyons Traditional Academy to Crescent View, would that be something that could be there for many years? I think that's really important too, that we try to find something for long-term sustainability. So I look forward to hearing more from long range. I know, as we look at West Draper with that prison moving and homes and things that are going into West Draper, I'm very interested and curious to see how that will impact whether we should keep that, that middle school, that Crescent View, if that's something we need to be looking at for an eye to the future, as far as what is kind of the last place, I think, in our district where there will be an influx of new homes and housing opportunities that hasn't been built out. So anyway, thank you. I know you got a big job ahead of you, but I'm excited for the creative solutions and innovation. I also wanted to give a thank you to Karen Pedersen for coming with me to Corner Canyon and looking at the fields. I know it was kind of last minute, and it was a last minute thought before I went out of town, and she was up and willing, as she always is, and I was grateful. And we were able to catch a little bit of the girls' soccer game and spend some time with the administration there looking at the field. So really appreciate that. Just really want to thank all of the board members and all the activities that they've been pursuing with Canyons and opening the school year. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
So first, I want to welcome back all of our teachers and staff to the classrooms. And then also special congratulations to Holly for getting all of your kids out. That's a big achievement. Great job on that. PTA came and talked to us today, and then obviously a lot of parents. And I just want to thank all of our parents and all of our volunteers for your engagement with our schools. If not for you, we wouldn't be the fantastic district that we are today. So I really appreciate everything that PTA and our volunteers do. And I really appreciate every time that parents come here and speak to the board. I think that's really amazing. And I know that it's difficult and intimidating sometimes. So I really want to thank everyone who came here and spoke, and really just everyone who came here to show their support, because we're all here for the students. And I really appreciate you taking your time and sometimes, many times, stepping outside your comfort zone to show support for all the students. I've had a great time recently meeting with a number of the administrators out in our schools as we start this school year. I'm looking forward to starting to meet some teachers as we get the school year going and as they return to their classrooms. And then, of course, welcoming students back to school. Right now, I'm working to schedule my red carpet events to see how many I can get to and how many of our amazing students I can welcome back into the schools. Throughout the summer, I've been busy with committee work, and that continues and continues and continues. With that, though, I do want to express appreciation to all of our teachers, our staff, our administrators, the staff that work here in the district office, and my fellow board members. Working on the committees especially has been productive, and I appreciate all of the discussions that we've had and all of the work that we've been able to accomplish. The committee work happens a lot in the background, and I'm not going to lie, a lot of it's pretty boring. But it is absolutely essential to taking care of our students. And I love that. I feel that every single person in this district and every person on this bench with me cares so deeply about our students and about their success. And so with that, I look forward to advancing high quality education and engaging educational opportunities for all of our students, and to work on providing the supports so that they can have that high quality education and so they can have that opportunity to learn.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
So this last week has been a lot of fun. I love the welcome event for the new teachers that was mentioned at Alta High School. And yesterday I got to go and congratulate our teachers at our longer term teachers over at Sprucewood Elementary and give them their medallions for 5 years of service, 10 years of service, all up. I think there were two individuals there who have been with us for 30 years. I've been in the service 30 years. It was awesome. There was confetti. We had party hats. It was really celebratory and a lot of fun. Last week, Amber and I had the opportunity, and I wanted to report back to the rest of the board about this, to go and present at the meeting for the House of Representatives Republican Caucus. As you know, generally those are kind of a steel trap. They're very private and very difficult to get into. And we, Nancy and I had been having conversations recently with legislators about the importance of involving public education voices in their caucus meetings more, in part because they come up with literally hundreds of bills every legislative session. And it's really easy to come out of a closed meeting like that and have fixed in your mind a certain narrative of what public education is or is not. And so we just kind of said, can you just open yourself up a little bit to hear what the view is from our front porch? So they gave us 10 full minutes. It was a lot of work to come up. What do we say with 10 minutes and make sure that it's productive? And we covered 3 areas. One was the change in student behaviors and needs that we've seen over the last 10 to 15 years. We felt like it was really important for the legislators to understand that the students that are coming now are different than the students of their memory or their experience when they were in school. We shared with them some specific teacher quotes to illustrate that. Part of what we discussed along with that was our absentee rates and how much that is impacting our students and our teachers' burnout. We talked about staffing challenges, our needs for nutrition workers, bus drivers, and also teachers, right? And that the teacher shortage nationwide has us very, very concerned, and what some of the things that are contributing to teacher burnout. And then we also reported on how we've spent the WPU that was granted us this past legislative session, and shared with them our inflation numbers. Both Rick and Leon were there with us, and that a third of the money that we receive with the WPU increase has gone to handle all of the inflationary increases in the district. So it was a good discussion. We had some responses from members of the legislature there that asked us particularly questions with regard to whether or not we needed to bring compulsory education back. And the answer was yes. Anyway, so if you have any more specific questions, I'm happy to share with you. Like I said, it was really fast, short and sweet. We hope it got some of them thinking. I actually did receive some texts afterwards, and we did have a couple of our legislators who spoke very favorably of canyons and also tried to advocate. Particularly Representative Mark Strong was awesome. He's one of the individuals Nancy and I have met with, and he said, I didn't realize until I started meeting with local school board members how many bills we cram down their throats every legislative session and how difficult it is for them to keep on top of that and implement it. And he said, as a legislature, we have got to think about and be more strategic and sensitive to how many bills we put out every year. That was greatly appreciated. So anyway, on the whole, I think it was a positive experience.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milburn.
Amanda, I share your excitement for the welcome barbecue we had at Alda High School. That was so much fun. And it was, for me, it was great to just grab a hot dog, go sit down with the people that were new to the district, happened to sit down with a few people from out of state. One couple said they got married in June and they thought this would be an adventure. I'm sure it will be. I also had the opportunity, Mindy invited me to come down to Midvale Middle School and have lunch with the teachers yesterday. They were doing their preschool training. I was very, very impressed, as I've been in the past, as I would sit down and share lunch with them and talk to the teachers. The teachers with whom I spoke were at Midvale because they know that Midvale has its own set of challenges, and they not only think, but they know they can make a difference in a child's life. And I have nothing but respect for people that do things, they do hard things because they can. And so I respect them a lot. Then yesterday afternoon, Leon was gracious enough to meet me at Union Middle School. And we did a nice walkthrough to look at what's completed and to look at what's not completed. And I may have come across as cynical, cynical, if you can believe that. I find that hard to believe. But I have nothing but praise and respect for the construction people that are there. 200, 250 people. I felt like I was walking through an anthill. People were working, they were getting things done. And they are very, very concerned that we have a school and that we can get the kids in there. It's unfortunate that we're going to have to do a couple of weeks of online school, but by gosh, if we learned nothing out of COVID, we learned how to do online instruction, didn't we? I also want to mention the strategic plan. Andrew, you mentioned committee work and some more committee work. It seems like every time I go to committee work, I see you leaving your committee work as I start my committee work. I made the comment at our last meeting that I believe that pretty much everybody on our Access and Opportunity Committee had a full-time job before we started doing committee work. And this is putting additional burden on a lot of people and additional work, but I can already see the benefits of going through and people working harder to make things work better for the kids. So, yeah, it's extra, but I think it's a good extra. So, excited to have school start again. The one thing I would say, Andrew, you made a comment about Holly, and congratulations for getting all her kids out. You're young. Don't worry, they come back. If you have a basement, they will return. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yee.
Thank you. Just a couple, just a short comment. And I feel bad that I wasn't able to attend the welcome barbecue and all those events. I know last year it was so much fun, but just kind of some family events that were also fun. So, but every year I always make a comment about first day because it's one of my favorite days of the year. And I'm just so grateful for all the work that goes into preparing the classrooms and the excitement that the teachers and the staff and the administrators have for the start of a new school year. And the thought came to me, one of the reasons why it's so exciting is because it's as those students enter the buildings on the red carpets, many of them, I mean, you just feel the excitement. Every year I'm able to at least go to a couple of schools, Andrew. It's difficult when you have 3 or 4 schools all starting at the same time, but over time you can rotate it around and get a feel for each school community, how they do it. But I was thinking this year that it's one of the reasons why it's so exciting is because they're literally taking a step into the future. And teachers know that. Teachers know that when the child enters the classroom, they're in one place. And then at the end of the school year, which we all know it goes really quickly, even though in the middle of it seems like time stands still, and they'll come out of the school year in a different place. And I just think that's really incredible and exciting. And it fills me with gratitude for all the effort and all the work that is focused on students and helping them step into their future.
Thank you, Mrs. Pedersen.
Nancy, I love your point of view, your perspective on what it's like to be in school on the first day of school. As a teacher, you've caught on because that's what brings educators. The reason why we teach is because we do have a chance to make a difference. We may not see the end results all yet, but we know we're part of a very big system that if I do my part, I can pass them on and they're going to keep going. But I loved your observation. My comments was that I've been able to attend in the last 2 weeks 2 of our welcome back conferences. The first one was with the SEL, the Social Emotional Learning Group, where they were entertaining the social workers, psychologists, and the emotional support personnel. And we talked about red shoes. And we had a speaker, Lonnie Main. And his point of view is that as he spoke to us, he said, stand out for the positive in how you work and how you live your life. Look for the positive. And I love that we're emphasizing not just with that particular group, but as a district, the positives that we see happening in our schools. And I think our community enjoys hearing about the positives that are happening in our school and want to be part of it. And I so enjoyed being able to be with those people. So Brian, it was awesome. Had a great time. I did not have red shoes, but they gave me a red shirt. So, so there we go. And today I was able to spend time with the opening welcome back with special ed. And I was very impressed because they presented exceptional performance awards. They had a number of their teachers. I don't know how many there were, 7, 8. I don't know. There's a bunch. They gave beautiful little crystal awards to resource teachers, occupational therapists, the general ed teachers that were supporting their special ed students and their specialists, and really recognized the individuals in their own group who've really made a difference. And I'm not sure. Well, I know that they submitted names, and so they only had their own teeny tiny little awards ceremony. It was wonderful to see the group supporting each other and celebrating each other, and it was just really, really nice. Their theme, I always like it when I go to these. I try to figure out what everybody's theme is. Everybody was wearing Ghostbuster shirts. I'm going, Ghostbusters, how does that fit in education? Well, GHOST stands for Great, Huge, Overly Stressful Things. Ghosts. We all have ghosts, okay? And their whole point was, who are you going to call? You know, when you have great, huge, overly stressful things in your life, and the district, and they introduced their district teams, the support systems that they have for their people. It was marvelous. I enjoyed it so much, and I don't recall the name. My mind goes blank. I thought I had it written down. Well, anyway, they also had a wonderful speaker who was talking about building resilience in students. And if they can bounce back from difficult situations and not think it's the end of the world, that they have potential to be comfortable with sadness. It's okay to have emotions. It doesn't mean you're a horrible person. We all have emotions, just move on. It was very, very instructive. It was great. And then the last group that I was able, right after that, I was on a high. I went over to meet with the librarian over at Alta High School. And my librarians are some of my favorite people. I love books. I think the staff, our board does too. Anyway, it was exciting to see how they've been able to edit through the inherited collections of books ranging all the way back to the 50s. They've been going through and editing out things that are inaccurate, inappropriate, or whatever they have, you know, things that just aren't accurate. Like, I remember my librarian at my school found a book about dinosaurs, and I kept it. She was getting rid of it, and I said, "Oh, can I have that?" So I kept it, and it talked about brontosauruses and some things that we don't believe now about dinosaurs because it was early information, and it was fun to show the kids the differences. Now I'm elementary. But I was just really impressed with the hard work that our librarians have been going through. They've been doing the great library update, and they've had $1.1 million worth of replacement books for to update and replace well-worn books and update informational books. And they have spent hours and hours and hours, and will continue to do so. But I was so excited, and Amanda, who is the librarian there, I can't remember her last name, was so excited to show me how she set those books up to get students interested. So I want to say a shout out to the librarians, to the special ed people, the social emotional groups. We have awesome people in our district, and it's so nice to be able to rub shoulders with you. So thank you.
Okay, I have been able to attend a lot of the events other people have said, so I'm not going to revisit all of them. I do want to give a shout out to, I think it's IT and some administrators that made the registration process so fast. Like, it used to take 10 or 15 minutes. I mean, I remember the day when we get like a packet this big, but it used to take 10 or 15 minutes, but this year it literally took like 2 minutes because all the answers were populated in there. So anyway, thank you, IT, and whoever else did that, because it was amazing. I'm sure other parents appreciate that. And then I just want to thank our administrators. I know, like, all of you people back there have just been putting on so many meetings and training our employees, getting ready for the beginning of school. And I really do appreciate it. And I've been to some of those, and they were incredible. They were just really great. And I'm really excited for the school year and just appreciate all of our employees. And I now adjourn the meeting.